plants, more especially rare plants. I think with these words, I very few words, I introduce Dr. Pradeep to you. I wish you all the best wishes. Thank you very much. I'm giving mic to Dr. Pradeep, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jomi, for your nice. I doubt whether I deserve such a great introduction. Still, sir.
Few words only. Few words only.
Let me go to my presentation straight away. Is it visible? Is it visible, sir?
No. No, sir.
Sir, not yet. No, not yet. Not yet.
Let me try, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
now
sir.
it is visible. Yeah, you can
Thank
proceed.
you. Very good morning to one and all. Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Jomi, and the convener of this national webinar, dear participants. Thank you. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me a chance to present the activities which is being carried out in a small botanical garden in Kerala. Well, I would like to present this as the activities like genetic resources conservation at Malabar Botanical Garden, Kerala. This botanical garden, if you look into this history, the now Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute for Plant Sciences initiated initially as a government botanical garden during 1991 as a grantinate center under Museum and Zoo Department, which was later renamed as Malabar Botanical Garden in 1996. It was during 1997 the center became grantinate under the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Kerala, and later in 2015 it was elevated to the status of a full-fledged R&D center under Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, KSCSTE, Government of Kerala. So this is the history, in fact, started at 1991 and now in 2002, this is a complete research and development center under Kerala State Council for Science and Technology, Government of Kerala. So the vision of this institution is conservation of aquatic plant resources. We focus mainly on the aquatic plants and the lower plant group forms like pteridophytes and bryophytes, and their sustainable utilization and generation of knowledge through R&D activities and its dissemination through training and education. This is our mission, vision in fact. And as I said, this institution is coming under the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. You must definitely know what is KSCSTE. It's an autonomous body under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of Kerala, constituted in November 2002 to be an agency for change and development through science and technology. Formerly, it was Science, Technology and Environment Committee, STEC, established in 1972. in concurrence with the science policy of the stock of knowledge in science and fine-tune policies which are significant and for the sustainable development of humanity. The Council prepares a roadmap for development through science, research, and innovation in technologies. Apart from the other state councils in the country, the Kerala State Council has got a significant difference because it possesses 8 R&D institutions on various aspects, looking after the need of the state of Kerala. And ours is one among the institute, which is situated on the northern part of Kerala in the district Calicut. And when you come, about our institute, and our strength is definitely the total area covers with 60-65 acres, wherein 15 acres are wetland itself, and a collection of over 3,000 plants, species in fact, and over 400 medicinal plants, 600 aquatic plants. Out of the nearly 800 aquatic plants reported so far from India, we have 600 aquatic plants and plus some about 50 to 60 that is seasonal. 35 orchid species, RET, then bryophytes, pteridophytes, gymnosperms, all plant group forms we conserved in the form of different conservatories. Though our focus is on aquatic plants and pteridophytes and bryophytes, we have for the educational and training purposes and for to help or to assist the young researchers, students, and teachers, we have all the most of the plant group forms as conservatories. We do conserve, and the activities of MBGF IPS includes the research and development, of course, that's the prime activity. Then training and consultancy, extension and outreach, and academic programs. Regular academic programs we do conduct here for the sake of the young budding scientists and students and teachers of the state. So we don't have any division or departments as such right now, but there are defined research areas, which is of course a result of the brainstorming session of our research council headed by Professor C.R. Babu, which comes under mainly biodiversity, floristics and systematics, plant genetic resources conservation, horticulture and population biology, ecology, restoration and monitoring, plant biotechnology, molecular systematics, and of course outreach, education and capacity building. So we have collaborations with the Botanic Garden Conservation International BGCI, and we are operating a couple of projects with BGCI, research projects with BGCI. Then International Society for Horticulture Sciences, ISHS, for which we are in the process of organizing an international seminar on botanic gardens and landscapes during T23 December. Then all the local self-governments like district block and Grama Panchayats, Harita Kerala Mission, State Biodiversity Board, State Medicinal Plant Board, University of Calicut. Of course, this is the research center under the Research Center for Botany of the University of Calicut. And apart from, we have programs and projects with DST, DBT, etc. And major attractions, of course, these are all different conservatories. The Aquagene, we call it as, is a conservatory for aquatic plants. Then bryophytes, pteridophytes, orchids, begonias, medicinal plants, hortus plants, which we conserve it, in a valley called Hortus Valley. Then spices, climbers, inflorescence. So these climbers, inflorescence, such sort of things, and modification house, etc., are exclusively for the students who is pursuing their graduation and post-graduation in botany and life sciences, because they can see how best is an inflorescence look like. So different types of inflorescence that comes under the inflorescence house. Then RET, bamboos, butterfly park, gingers, aquaponics, carnivorous house, traditional plants, cacti. We have almost all plant groups conserved in the form of different conservatories. So while going along with the activities, the exploration and establishment of a national conservatory of aquatic plants is the major thrust area for which we are working for, and exploration and establishment of national conservatory of lower plant groups. These are the two major activities we focus on. And of course, eco-education and eco-conservation is the broad objective. So this is how we collect. During seasons, we go for continuous collections and collect these plant materials and bryophytes and pteridophytes from its habitat. According to various seasons and seasonal changes, we have collection programs to various parts of the country. And the plants mainly we collect in the flowering conditions. The collected plants were brought down to the institute and different conservatories and plant assets, of course, for the preparation of the herbarium identification process. That's on one hand. On the other hand is the live collection, live maintenance of the plants which is collected. And of course, once it is identified and confirmed, proper name boards will also be assigned to each plant groups. So coming to the conservatories which is available in our botanic garden, first and prime most is definitely the aquatic plant conservatory. We call it as AquaGene, and as of today it has 498 plants. The others, in fact, some of the plants we lost during the 2018 and 19 flood, which we are in the process of recouping it from its collection sites and localities. Some about 100 plants were definitely on the seasonal, which we may not have at times because that will come only in that particular season. So these are the unique the collection of aquatic plants. There are microclimatic issues. There's a pot in pot method we follow, and each pot definitely have different types of pH, different conditions we are providing. And so, as such, the maintenance is very difficult, but we are trying our level best to maintain it in as the condition, whatever is required by providing such sort of pH, micronutrients kind of a thing for each pot as such. So these are different views of our aquatic plant conservatory. Well, these are the some of the flowering plants of our aquatic plant collections. So when apart from this aquatic plant conservatory, we have the collection of nymphaea and lotus, which we established as different programs, and we have breeding grounds for both this nymphaea as well as lotus. Apart from nymphaea and lotus, we have also a collection of heliconias. As of now, this program started in 2019, and we have 15 varieties of heliconia right now conserved growing. And we have, there is we are not into the cut flower market, but regular plant sales is there, of course. Then coming to the pteridophyte conservatory, this is one of the rarest collection of pteridophyte with more than 100 species. And the ex-professor of Calicut University of Calicut, Professor P.V. Madhav, he was the brain behind establishing this conservatory for us. As of today, he's not there, but he was here for the past 10 years, and his effort brought this conservatory to the status of a national importance. And this conservatory was expanded during 2020 to accommodate more species and more collections. So this is again the bryophytes. This is probably one of the rarest collection or conservatory in India with more than 25 species. You may perhaps know that the conservation of bryophytes, the live collection of bryophytes is very difficult, and people used to collect and conserve, as a herbarium material for future references as well as for research, but we conserve in its live forms. This conservatory was also expanded during 2020 to accommodate more species. This is the old orchidearium. In fact, now we are in the process of establishing a new orchidearium, which I'll show the slides a bit later. As of now, we have 53 varieties of orchids conserved. This is in fact for the purpose of visitors. In fact, there is no research going on in this particular area. Then begonia, we have got a very good collection of begonias, 15 accessions we are maintaining. This is conserved in a different conservatory called Begonia House. Then the medicinal plant garden, more than 350 varieties of medicinal plants used in the traditional Indian systems, including many reportedly endangered ones are maintained here. The medicinal tree garden, which those plants which grown beyond the limit, we will plant it in the field, which we call it as a Sanjeevani, a medicinal tree garden. The others are in fact in the pots we are conserving in medicinal plant garden. Then the Hortus Valley, as you know, the Hortus malabaricus, whatever the plants reported in the Hortus malabaricus, 742 plants were reported, were described in the Hortus malabaricus. For us, in fact, we have 543 plants conserved in the form of a valley, right from the first plant, Cocos nucifera. We have 543 plants conserved in this valley. So this is a spices garden. As of now, we have 38 varieties of spices conserved over here. This is not a big collection, but still we have almost all the major or important spices in our conservatory. So this is the climber garden. Again, the nature and the type of climbers which is over there, which is definitely for the sake of BSc and MSc botany students, in fact. So there is a separate area with number of 20-25 types of climber plants. We conserve it over here. This is inflorescence house. It's another thing for the students, in fact, how an inflorescence appears. So the chart indicating the different classification of inflorescence like racemose, cymose, mixed or special. It is displayed over there, and each plant is described with that what the type of inflorescence is and how it looks like, and almost in it is arranged in such a way that the inflorescence will be there at least in one of the plant for all the seasons. This is RET house. All the RET plants which we collected is conserved over here. Right now there are 120 extensions of RET plants. We conserve it over here in the conservatory, and those plants which grown out of the grown to a level, certain level extent, will plant it over to the RET garden, the natural garden. This is how we plant things like. Then a fruit orchard is there. As of now, some about 45-50 fruit plants are conserved over here. This is in the field, in fact, not in a conservatory. But our objective or our aim is that when a group of students comes, there must have a ripened fruits to pluck and eat within the garden itself. So within a couple of years, it is possible because it started flowering and fruiting even now, in fact. So this is the bamboo septum. We have got a small collection of bamboos. Some 30-35 species of bamboos are conserved over here. So small garden, small bamboo garden, because you may be knowing that once bamboo is growing, it won't allow any other plants to grow. So we have demarked a small area for the collection of specialized bamboos. Again, in the conservation aspects, we have a butterfly park. This garden, in fact, is visited by several visitors, family visitors, not the student kind of thing, but the general public to visit. For the sake of them, in fact, we have created a small walkway within the butterfly park, a sitting place, and so on and so forth. There are, in fact, nectar plants and the other type of plants for the feeding as well as for the rearing purposes of butterflies. So this is the Ginger Valley. This again is, as of now, it is 296. Now we are in the process of establishing this ginger garden, and all the plants coming under Zingiberales, like Marandaceae, Zingiberaceae, Marandaceae, and Musaceae. We are Canaceae also, we are conserving here. Another professor, Professor M. Sabu, retired professor from University of Calicut, who is now with us as emeritus, CSIR emeritus scientist, is the person who is behind the establishment of this ginger garden. He is a man of ginger, in fact, and this garden is, becoming attraction of the visitors now. They started in 2020 only. And then aquaponics and hydroponics. We have both aquaponics and hydroponics system. This is a model thing which we are giving training how to establish an aquaponics or a hydroponics and how best this can be maintained, kind of things. And we do have sale of these fishes in a couple of in every 2 months or 3 months. It's a 40-liter capacity pond, in fact, which will be able to rear some about 1,500 fishes at a time. So this is a carnivorous house. We have some about 5 species or 7 varieties of carnivorous plants we are maintaining, just for the attraction of the visitors, in fact. And what is the peculiarities and other kind of things which we have displayed it over there in boards. Again, the local flowering plants, which we call it as traditional plants, which is being, which has, which is forgotten plants, in fact. While the new horticultural plants coming up, there are certain plants which go beyond our memory, which is being conserved in the traditional flowering plants garden. Some about 32, such sort of plants we do conserve it over here. Then aromatic house, this is recently established, and there are 38 accessions of aromatic plants which we conserve it over here. Then a small collection of cacti is also there. We are in the process of establishing an orchid cacti house together, wherein there is a small house for cacti is also planned, and in another couple of months' time, all these cacti collections will be shifted to the cacti conservatory. Then a small gardenia, we call it as a small play area for kids and children. Small, kind of playing gadgets were also installed over here. So people used to come and sit over here because it's a very calm and cool place. This is targeting at the local or general public visitors. So, of course, the Victoria plant is here, which also is an attraction for the visitors. And behind those palms, that is the wetland area we have, and our objective is to establish it as a Malabar Aquatic Biopark, which process is on the way. And in fact, a few weeks before the work started, but because of the initiation of the rain, unexpectedly, we forced to stop it for the time being. And once it is, once the water is drained off, we will start the work again. And in another 2 to 3 years' time, the entire wetland area will be established as Malabar Aquatic Biopark. A specialized group of aquatic plants will be there, and a large pond will be there for the as a water reservoir. This is the major objective behind the aquatic biopark. This is a palm garden. We have 32 varieties of palms conserved over here. Then, of course, few collection of gymnosperms there. There are just 11 species of gymnosperms. As I mentioned to you in the beginning itself, being a botanic garden, though our focus is in some specialized group, we have conservatories for all these plants. And this is one of the major attractions for the students, systematic garden. So 285 accessions of plants are there. This is are organized. This was, while the time is this established, it was in the form arranged based on the Bentham-Hooker classification, and recently we changed it to APG system of classification. So now, in fact, APG is becoming prominent or much more used. The students who visited was started asking, why don't you still having this the Bentham-Hooker classification? So we thought of establishing one more conservatory by retaining Bentham-Hooker and the other way thing. But later we decided to go for the latest system of classification, and we are in the process of, or we are planning a small representation of the Bentham-Hooker classification in another area. Well, again, the star forest, of course, the natural way of conserving, trees, the star forest that we also have 28, all the 28 stars represented by respective plant species. A vitamin, a fortified garden is also there with 50 accessions of plants with the based on the vitamin classification. So whatever the plants represented, for which vitamin it represents, that is being displayed over there in this vitamin garden. And the novelty, another novelty is the lichen house, which is nowhere, of course, in the country other than Uttarakhand, wherein in the natural area, they have a lichen garden. But here in our lichen garden, it's a very small garden. What we did is we represented the different forest types and placed the live lichens which is being grown in each forest type. So the students can easily understand the different forest types and the lichen which is being grown in each forest types. So we definitely we do have to change the lichens regularly, because this cannot established over here. So we are changing this lichens in a regular interval. So as of now, this lichen house holds 80 specimens of lichens, which is coming into different families and different forest ecosystems. And then this is the campus walkway, nearly 2 kilometers of campus walkway we have. Both the sides are, are beautified for a good panoramic view. And we have got an electric buggy, which is for the use of the common public who is interested, in fact. There are people, in fact, we don't allow normally the visitors' vehicle inside the campus, but those who wishes can avail the facility of this electrical buggy to see the garden around. So all our garden is now fully digital. with any QR code scanner, one can definitely see what is there in a plant, what represent, how, which family it represents, what are the significance of that particular plant, what is the flowering time, what is the fruiting time, and a small description of that particular plant. You can have it. Each and every plant in the campus is now coded with the QR code, and the board is displayed over there. So anybody with a with a mobile with a QR scanner app can save it or view it. This is the so without any assistance, one can easily go to the campus and study the plants over there. This is established in 2020, and now it is completely digitalized. This is central nursery. Of course, we have regular sales of plants, a total of 1 lakh plants, in fact, nearly these holes. And regularly we are multiplying the ornamental plant varieties, which is, and medicinal plant varieties also for the sale purposes. And this is an exclusive net house established by the State Medicinal Plant Board for the propagation of medicinal plants. This is funded by State Medicinal Plant Board, and as per the requirement of the medicinal plant cultivators, the medicinal plant will give us the list, and we are producing these plants and hand over to the respective agencies. This is what we do over here. And this is the orchid veterinary, which is the establishment is in progress, and in another couple of months, the stages is far more, in fact, and in a couple of months time, this will be open to the public. So the other aspects, in fact, apart from the research, we have demonstrated technologies like bamboo forest for a Grama Panchayat along with the river side of a particular river. A 2-kilometer stretch over there, we are planted bamboos, and this is to protect the river banks. And this is done as per the request of the Mauru Grama Panchayat, and this is maintaining over there. And another program called the conservation of lotus varieties, banana varieties, and local fishes. So we have established a pond ecosystem with 17 varieties of local fishes and lotus separately, in fact, and 23 varieties of local bananas, which is was common once in this region, especially in the northern region of the Kerala, like Kasaragod, Kannur, Calicut, and Malappuram areas. We collected 23 varieties and conserved it over here. And this is, of course, a program of the Kerala State Biodiversity Board through the Olavanna Grama Panchayat, wherein this institution is situated. The plant saplings, in fact, of banana is given to the Panchayat for distribution. This is how this program is initiated and established. Then coming to the research programs, in fact, our objective, as I told, is definitely a focus is definitely to the aquatic plants. This is one of the very significant aquatic plant called the Crinum malabaricum. We are in the process of establishing a conservation strategy for this very significant, highly endangered, critically endangered species. It comes under Amaryldaceae, which is reported by Professor S.R. Yadav, who is also our research council member. So we have done a lot for the conservation. I mean, this is definitely the interesting thing is that this is available in season. In the seeds or whatever, the propagules will be alive or dormant stage in the crevices of the laterite stones in a river, which is dry for a period of 3 to 4 months or 3 to 5 months, and then again when the next rain starts, this ground, I mean, coming up again, and the leaf of this particular plant has definitely a kilometer or more than a meter length. It's a very beautiful crinum species. So our objective is to establish a conservation program for this. It was possible for us to establish it in our garden and started flowering, and all the phenological and such data we have collected for the past 2 years, and an ecological niche modeling was also predicted. And we are in the process of visiting that particular site, and if it is possible or if at all it is not there, we'll explore the possibility of reintroducing this species to that particular radius. This is what we do with this Crinum malabaricum. And another plant species called Hopia punga. This is in fact, Professor Krishnan is here in this meeting, and this program was initiated by him as an emeritus scientist program of the Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. And one of the students is proceed for a PhD degree with this species. This is Hopia punga. It's an endangered tree species of the Western Ghats. We are establishing the conservation strategy of this plant also. So we have a regular interaction with the society in terms of dissemination of the knowledge to the local folks through training and capacity building. We have regular training programs, spreading the message of necessity for conservation of natural resources, creation of better environment, and improvement of quality of life. And we have usually 2 or 3 times in a year, we propagate the vegetable seedlings and supply to the local farmer groups, 25 to 50,000 of varieties each time we do propagate and distribute to the local people. This is a unique program we are organizing, academic attachment program. This is a tailor-made program exclusively for a college or a group of students based on their own syllabus of their either graduate or postgraduate programs. We will arrange a couple of lecture classes with practical sessions. This is exclusively based on their syllabus and their demand and their requirement. So these groups will come over there. This is a one-night stay program. One fine morning they will reach, and the next day evening they will be leaving. So these day and night hours, in fact, they are really feeling the real life experience of an institutional atmosphere. They live over there for these days, and coming up with enthusiastic or energetic faces. And this program started in 2019, and due to this COVID, there are some shortages, but still, batches of people are coming for this program. Again, several programs organized for the for creating awareness among the local school groups and local people, which is periodically organizing. Either we will go to any school or a college, or the college or school will come to us for a day. That is how these programs are being arranged and organized. So our herbarium, in fact, is a recognized herbarium. And we have got a small museum and a library for the researchers and students in life science area especially. This is the Malabar Aquatic Biopark, which I've mentioned about. This is an extension of the executive conservation of the aquatic plants combined with rainwater harvesting, water conservation, biodiversity conservation, and tourism potential. Different ecological niches created will be help conserve different aquatic species or plants, and will be a platform for researchers and students. This project is being implemented with the Kozhikode block. The wetland area, in fact, is flooded with water majority of the time, and in fact, the work was started a couple of weeks before, but sudden rain stopped the work for the time being, and will reinitiate after a couple of weeks, I suppose. And this is the flood which was largely affected us during 2018 and 19. All our aquatic plant conservatory got fully flooded with water, and the complete pH, the maintained pH in each and every port got disturbed, and the floating plants were we lost, in fact, and we are in the process of recouping these plants. We had several plants from even from the northeastern areas, which we are in the process, in fact. So this affected huge loss for us in terms of whatever the scientific or the resource materials we collected from elsewhere and conserved over here got damaged due to this thing. And once, if at all, those plants which is there, actually the vigor and the growth that is yet to achieve again, because the pH, the flooded water flooded for the 6 to 8 days, that causes severe damage to their microclimate. And recently we were nominated or selected as the best emerging institution among the institution under Kerala State Council for Science and Technology. It's definitely a greatest achievement in terms of this. In fact, and Professor Jomi and Professor Krishnan knows this institute doesn't have a permanent staff. I'm the only permanent staff over here, but still with the project staff and contract staff, we are maintaining all these things, whatever I have projected over here. So thank you, and this is all about the Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute of Plant Sciences and the activities which we carried out over here for the past several years, in fact. If at all, it started in 1991, and then then it was a society, and the designated person was the managing director, Dr. Ansari, who was a scientist from the Botanical Survey of India. He took initiative and spent his life over here till 2010, and made definitely a platform for others to build up this institute and institution to a greater level. So I sincerely acknowledge the contributions rendered by Dr.
For your very excellent presentation. And I think Malabar Botanical Garden, the name recognized by the name Malabar as recognized by uh, J.D. Hooker around a half century back, is pertaining, I think, to this botanical garden. Now only, even though now only it is materialized uh, to represent the flora of Malabar in a area where the limitations are well defined. But to talking about a garden of the plants, especially local plants, is a very difficult task. But Dr. Pradeep was successful in conveying the importance of a garden, very especially a garden situated in a tropical country where the plant explorations are rich in its practice. Thank you. I'm opening this to for the clarifications or if queries any.
Pradeep,
Sir,
congratulations. Your
thank you.
presentation, because you covered all the areas. And the last 4 or 5 years, I see that a lot of development in BGIPS, which I congratulate you as well as your colleagues, as well as directly in charge of the institute. Very good improve prospects which you have. And I have a request to all of the participants. Whenever you, as a botanist, it is a special institute, which botanic garden, which keeps that lower plants, pteridophytes, gymnosperms, and other water plants, conservatories they have, and they have got a good collections which they good manage very nicely and very systematically. And I request, thank you, Pradeep.
Thank you, sir.
If Dr. Pradeep, can I ask one question, please?
Sir, please.
Uh, do we have a chance to contribute, any opportunity to contribute to the garden? Because our houses are very limited with a limited area, but your garden is very vast. So if I happen to find a plant of aquatic or one of educational or such interest, can we approach you to plant there instead of?
Sure, sir. We welcome. Sure, sir. We welcome.
Okay, I have some plans to come to there with
Okay.
more plants.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You're most welcome, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, welcome. Thank you, Dr. Anish Pradeep, for giving a nice talk in this webinar. And Dr. Yomi Agustin, sir, shared the session. Thank you, all, both, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Dr. Pradeep, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I request all of you to visit our garden at least once.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next Kerala visit, we will meet you, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, thank you. So, now, next session, eminent speaker, Dr. Prabhat Sahu, Associate Professor, Ancient History, Culture and Archaeology Department, RTM, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Our chairperson, Dr. Fanikant Mishra, Director, Heritage Cell, Makaut, Calcutta, and formerly Regional Director, Archaeological Survey of India. Welcome, Dr. Mishra, sir. Welcome, and I am requesting to Dr. Mishra, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Sahu. Yes, sir. Mishra, sir, please unmute yourself. Dr. Fanikant Mishra, sir, please unmute yourself. डॉक्टर फनकांत मिश्रा सर, आवाज आ रही है? हाउ साहब, हमारी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
आपकी आवाज आ रही है, बट डॉक्टर मिश्रा शायद म्यूट करके रखे हैं।
डॉक्टर फनकांत मिश्रा सर,
आई नॉट लिसनिंग।
यस मिश्रा सर, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ। आप, हाँ ठीक है, खुल गया।
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Yes, yes sir. Okay.
Now you are fine with my audio, no? So I welcome all the members. Thank Dr. Skanda Mishra for such a nice presentation program which he has managed it, and he has been managing for the last few months. Lot of scholars are coming at one stage in archaeology, conservation, forest and all. Today we have got a very eminent speaker, very ideal speaker, very nice speaker, scholarly speaker, that is Professor Prabhat Sahu. I welcome him as the chairman of this session. Let me introduce Prabhat Sahu, I have seen him about 10 years back when I was posted in all black, but today I'm seeing him all white. But the man is a very soft-spoken person, a very good scholar who passed his graduation in 1990 from Sambalpur University and postgraduate diploma in archaeology from Institute of Archaeology, New Delhi, and UGC NET. Also, he has cleared. He has been his PhD degree from Rashtra Sant Tukodji Maharaj University, Nagpur, Maharashtra. He has worked in Archaeological Survey of India as a very deep scholar and has excavated many sites all over the country, especially his association with Ram Janmabhoomi at Ayodhya was very interesting excavation which he has participated. He has participated in Dholavira excavation also at Bhirana and has given so many new theories to the archaeological world. He is a research scholar. He has many research publications and has written many books also on archaeology and heritage. So we should say that although he is very junior to me, but I feel proud I feel honored to be the chairman of this session. We all will be very much delighted by his lecture. So I welcome him with my whole heart. Thank you. I think Prabhas Rao, you can start your lecture.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Piyush Badviya in line, sir. Dr. Piyush Badviya, ML Sukhadia University, Udaipur. Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying
Please
to
start, sir.
share.
चला ही दो. गर्मी कितना हो गया?
I'm not able to present my screen.
वो इवेंट प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रहा है स्क्रीन को.
हाँ, सर. Busy solve Golvalkar.
I think Dr. Sahu,
Yeah,
you see in your screen there is one arrow mark in the below. You just go there.
yeah, that's what I'm doing, but it's not operating.
Present now, then it will have a windows. 3 windows will be there.
Yeah,
You select in the middle.
okay. Then I have to tap share.
You are using touch screen or you are yes. Now it is opening. Wait.
Yeah, yeah. But where is my presentation?
और सुनाओ.
You open is that Dr. Sahu webinar is there.
जैसे एक पेन दे दो.
I saw somewhere. One wait. It will be opening.
Is my PPT opening?
Yeah, it's opening. Yeah.
इतना असाइनमेंट
Yeah.
करना सुबह से
It's
रात
okay. You can
10 बजे रात तक
enlarge it. If not, otherwise you can continue.
किसी की मदर डेथ करेंगे.
Okay. Now it is
Yeah, it's
enlarged.
okay. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I congratulate Government Madhav Sadashivrao Golvalkar
मिल गया.
for organizing this beautiful national webinar, and I'm happy to be part of it. And I'm thankful to Dr. Phanikan Mishra for his sweet words about me. Yeah, I was in the Archaeological Survey of India, and being a member of very important excavations. This particular paper, that is the Harappan settlement at Vedana, it was also the effort of Dr. L.S. Rao, who is no more with us. He was the director of the excavations. So I had been a part of this particular excavations, and since he is no more, the Archaeological Survey of India has asked me to write the report of it also. So, as I was told by Professor Skand Mishra, who is the brain and person behind all this, that the majority of the attendees in this particular webinar are students and they are from the Hindi background. So, I'll be presenting my paper in both Hindi as well as in English. Will it be okay? Hello?
Yes, yes, it is audible, audible.
Okay. So first of all, if you look at the title itself, it's a Harappan settlement at Bhedana, district Fatehabad, Haryana. And so far as the nomenclature of this particular civilization is concerned, we have different nomenclature, different names to the culture. As it was first excavated at Harappa, this particular culture was named as Harappan culture. Then subsequently it was named as Indus Valley civilizations because majority of the sites were at that particular time they were located in the Indus Valley. So it was known as Indus Valley civilization. Then subsequently after the partition of our country into two, India and Pakistan, so the Indian site had no major Harappan sites. So the archaeologists from Archaeological Survey of India took pain to discover many Harappan sites on the Indian soil. And due to these consistent efforts of Indian archaeologists, we find more sites of the culture on the dry bank of the river Saraswati. So taking into consideration this particular fact, Dr. S.P. Gupta had suggested another name, that is the Sindhu Saraswati civilizations, because the majority of the sites are in the Saraswati River Valley, and this Saraswati River is now a dried up river, but previously on the Indus Valley also sites were, so combinedly it can be called as the Saraswati Sindhu civilization. And if you look at the development of any culture, so कल्चर में क्या होता है, जैसे हमारे कोई भी लिविंग बीइंग के लाइफ में होता है, डिफरेंट स्टेजेस आते हैं. जैसे हमारे ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के लाइफ में भी 4 स्टेजेस होते हैं, जिसको हम शैशव, कैशोर, यौवन, वार्धक्य, ये 4 स्टेजेस होते हैं: infancy, adolescence, maturity, and the waning stage. So similarly, any culture also goes through this phenomenon. So you have different stages of development of a culture. And similarly, the Harappan culture had a beginning, then it saw its adolescence, then matured, and finally they started burning out and leading to the decline of the civilization. So far as the Harappan cultural sequence is concerned, if you look at in the pan subcontinent context, so it had a beginning, and we in archaeology divide these cultural phases into periods. But Dr. Padma Shri Dr. R.S. Peast at Dholavira in the Kutch district of Gujarat, which he has excavated, instead of calling it a period, he calls it as stages. So at Dholavira you have 1 to 7 stages. Then in different parts of the other sites, you have different cultural periods. So in broad categories, we can divide the Harappan culture into the beginning, then the adolescence of it, then maturity, and finally the waning stages. So Bhedana, this particular site, because the time is not so long, so I have to complete the presentation in 1 hour or less than most probably. So I am directly coming to the topic. This Bhedana, as you see in the map, here it is Bhedana. It's in the Fatehabad district of Haryana. So the village Bhedana is situated in the Fatehabad district of Haryana state. It lies at a distance of about 14 kilometers to the northeast of the district headquarters and about 210 kilometers to the north of New Delhi. The nearest railway station is Hisar Junction, which is about 58 kilometers to the south of Vidana. And this particular village, Vidana, is a small village, and to the northern outskirts of the village, you have a mound, and it is this particular mound is situated on the left bank of the dried up river course of Saraswati. And if you look at the dimension of the city at Bhidana, it's a small city. It measures only 190 meter north south and 240 meters east west. So it's a small settlement, but it has all the features of a city. For example, it is 45. It has two city units, that is the lower town and the citadel. So these are the features, and all of the urban characteristics of the culture is found over here. And the height of the mound from the surrounding alluvial plain is roughly 5.50 meter. This site was discovered in 1982. Because of the nature and prominence of the site, it was declared as a protected site in 1982 by the Department of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Haryana, Kurukshetra. So this is the general view of the mound. If you see this particular road, it leads to the village, and the village is here and this is the northern side of the village, and this is the mound. Another view of the mound from another angle. If you see, there is a lot of erosion in this particular site, and interestingly, or most unfortunately, this particular site was used as a burial ground, wherein one trench of 10 meter into 10, you find 3 to 4 burials. So the site was, you can say, it was destroyed because of this burial activity. But in spite of all these hindrances, the Archaeological Survey of India's excavation branch, under the direction of Sri L.S. Rao, excavated the site and gave a very good result, which opened a new chapter in the Harappan studies. So this particular site, though it's a small site, horizontal method of excavations. So for the students, there are different type of excavations methods, like your horizontal excavation, vertical excavation, trial trenches, sondages, pit excavations, open stripping method. There are so many methods of excavations depending upon your objectives. So our objective was to know the cultural sequence of the site, then know the entire settlement pattern. So we had resorted to the horizontal method of excavations. So these are the excavated trenches. It was first in the season 2003-4. It was subsequently excavated for 3 seasons from 2003 to 2006. So first in the 2003-4 session, we had excavated in a multi-scruss fashion. That means 2 rows of trenches were laid east-west and north-south orientations. And the cultural sequence is period 1A, Hakra ware culture. Then period 1B is Ali Harappan culture. Period 2A is Ali mature Harappan culture. And period 2B is mature Harappan culture. So as in the beginning, I had told him that when Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were excavated, so it was considered to be a great city and urban life center, and all of a sudden this city dwellers, they came. So people had thought, archaeologists had thought, probably because from the transitions from Neolithic to the Harappan culture was not available at that particular time, but subsequently the explorations carried out by Professor Mohammad Rafiq Mughal in the Hakra river basin, he found some of the typical pottery and artifacts which predated the known Harappan, early Harappan culture. At that time, from Pakistan, in Pakistan, it was called as Godijian wares and the associated artifacts. It was not known anything about the genesis of the Harappan culture. So on the basis of exploratory finds, Professor Mughal, he had emphasized that this particular Hakra wares, which were quite different from the known Ali Harappan fabrics, they predated it. And on the basis of exploratory finds, you cannot establish a fact. So he excavated Jalilpur, a site where he found the Hakra wares below the known Ali Harappan level. So the genesis of the Harappan culture was established in the Cholistan region, and subsequently he named this particular culture as Hakraware culture, and at Vedana we have accepted this particular terminology. But in Indian context, if you look at, so before the excavations of Kunal, so there was no traces of the Hakra wares, though there were some five or six sorts of Hakra ware culture, those were coming from Kalibanga. But as a cultural horizon, it was established at Kunal that this particular Hakra ware culture, they coexist with the Ali Harappan culture. But Vedana is the only site where you have a defined different Hakra ware cultural period. And this cultural period is named at different sites differently. So nomenclature varies. Professor Mughal calls it a Thatraware culture. We at Vedana, we call it a Thatraware culture. But at Kunal, so there is no clear-cut distinctions of this particular culture. They are associated with the Ali Harappan culture. But at Vedana, we have a different horizon. At Farmana and Girawad, which Professor Basant Sinde has excavated, he calls it as the regional traditions of the Hakraware culture. At Rakhigadi, Dr. Amarendranath calls it as the pre-formative urbanization. In Hadappa, which J.M. Kenyor has excavated, he calls it as Rabi phase of the Hakra culture. So there are different nomenclature to it, but it is clearly established all over the subcontinent, wherever the excavations has been carried out, that यह हाकड़ा वेयर कल्चर जो है आली हड़प्पन कल्चर के पहले था. So the genesis of the Harappan culture lies with the Hakra ware culture, which subsequently developed to the Ali Harappan culture, and the period 2A is Ali mature Harappan culture at Vedana. See, this Ali mature Harappan culture, this was also a concept which was devised by Padma Shri Dr. R.S. Peast in his excavations at Banawali, another Harappan site in the Hisar district of Haryana. So previously, what was the concept? So Ali Harappan, they transformed into or developed into the mature Harappan period in between. But it was Dr. Peast who established that between the Ali Harappan and the mature Harappan level, there is another level which is represented by both the Ali Harappan feature as well as mature Harappan feature, and he termed it as the Ali mature Harappan culture. And this particular evidence is also reflected in Vedana and also Dholavira. And the last period of occupation at Vedana, it was period 2B, that's the mature Harappan phase. So during the mature Harappan period itself, the site was deserted. So I have tried to, in this particular slide, I have tried to show the cultural sequence based on the evidences which we have excavated. So here is the natural soil, and in the natural soil you find dwelling pits, which is named here as DP. So these are dwelling pits followed by the Ali Harappan structures. Basically the Ali Harappan structures are made of mud bricks. There are only one or two courses of mud brick structures, and it is followed by the early mature Harappan structures, then finally the mature Harappan structure. And as I was telling about the burials, you can see here in the 1, 2, 3, and 4 burials are there in one. Here it is one burial is there. Here another burial is there. So entire site, they are littered with many burials of the pre-independence era. And one of the burials which we had dated We had collected C14 samples from the burial, and it is dated to 1942 CE. So I'll be talking about the different cultural sequence with their associated structures and other features. So period 1A in the Hakraware culture, we have dwelling pits in the form of structures. So in the dwelling pits, what they used to do for the students, I'm telling you. So they used to dig pits and they used to reside inside the pit. And the walls of the pits, the floor of the pits, those were beautifully plastered, and they were not so much deep at the dwelling pits at Bhedana in comparison to the in depth and the diameter. Apart from the dwelling pits, we have auxiliary pits. Those are comparatively deep, and the depth varied from 70 to 100 centimeter, and their diameter 200 to 230 centimeter. And there were some pits which are also used for sacrificial or kitchen or industrial purposes also. So this is the location map of the dwelling pit complex. So towards the north of the mound, you have the dwelling pit complex, and in the right here, you have the dwelling pits. So on ground, these were the dwelling pits. Apart from this, from the main mound to the north of the main mound, these are the dwelling pit context. But in addition to that, in the central mound itself also, we have the evidences of dwelling pits, and these are the dwelling pits in the central portion of the mound. Here, this is the natural soil, and this natural soil has been cut to make the dwelling pits. And if you see, these dwelling pits are beautifully plastered. Yet the remains of the plaster is over here. And inside the dwelling pit, we have the reed impressed earth lumps, which clearly suggest that these dwelling pits had superstructures which had reed covered with, and it was ultimately plastered with mud to give protection to it. And inside the dwelling pit, you find the hakrawares and other associated artifacts inside the dwelling pits. So as I have told you, some of the pits were also used for sacrificial purposes. So even one of the pits, we had a complete charred Govt skull. The skull of a Govt inside the dwelling pit. It is this is the Govt skull. This is the close-up of that Govt skull. And you can see the Saraswati alluvium. This is the natural surface, and the walls of the pit are beautifully plastered with this alluvial soil. And the floor is also plastered, and inside the floor you find the material remains scattered on the floor. So in the central portion of the mound, you have the dwelling pits. But even in the Hakraware culture, where the people were residing inside dwelling pits, they had also transformational stages. So dwelling pit ko chhod ke, they started living in plastered floor without any postals here over. We don't have any postal, and you find one hearth just beside the circular floor. So here, the people are transforming from the dwelling pit living culture to living overground in circular floors. And subsequently, these people, they are transforming to the early Harappan culture, where they are making the use of bricks for making their structures. So the Hakraware as such is the pottery. So there are, in the assemblage of Hakraware, you have 8 different type of potteries, and the first 3 are the most important. One is the mud applique ware, then incised ware. In the incised ware, you have 2 type of wares, that is deep incised ware and light incised ware. Then you have tan or chocolate ware, like varnished ware, bichrome ware, where you have 2 colors used for painting on the pot surface. So black and white, two colors were used for making different motifs on the pottery. Then brown on bobware. So the pot is of bob color, and over the bob surface you find paintings in brown color. Then black on redware. So black painting on redware, and finally the redware, which is the most common one. So this is mod applique ware. You see, on the external surface of the pottery, you find mod is applied over it. Okay, so this mod is mixed with some gritty materials, and they were pasted over the surface of the pot. Hence, because the application is on the exterior surface, this is called the mod applique ware. And in this mod applique ware, different shapes, that is globular pots, heavy bodied storage jars, they are the main pottery shapes. And the bigger bodied storage jars, they were particularly handmade. And if you see the evidences here, these are partly handmade and partly wheel made. So the rim portion is wheel made, and they are luted to the handmade body portions. Then incised ware, you can see these are deep incised ware where the designs in the form of lattice, criss-cross, and oblique lines. Then chevron motifs, जैसे मछली का स्केल होती है, हड्डी का जैसे शेप होती है, वैसे chevron motif उस टाइप का आपको यहाँ पे deep incised ware में मिलता है. And there are also varieties of light incised ware, जिसमें जो डिजाइन किया गया है वो ज्यादा शार्प नहीं है, रफली स्क्रैचिंग के जैसे दिखते हैं. Then the tan और chocolate slip ware, ये एक्सटीरियर सरफेस में आपका ये चॉकलेट स्लिप जो है एंटायर बॉडी में उसको लगाया गया है. सो फ्रॉम रिम टू द बेस ऑफ द पॉट यू फाइंड द tan or chocolate slip to where the chocolate slip those were dipped into. Then you have the black burnished ware. Then this is the bichrome ware where you have and different geometric as well as floral and faunal motifs you find in the painted repertoire of the bichrome ware as well as black and red ware. Apart from this pottery, you have also the Sondrat spherical and triangular clay cakes. So, as you know, one of the typical artifact or feature of the mature Harappan culture is the triangular terracotta cake. So, it had a beginning in the Hakrawar culture itself. You find Sondrat spherical or triangular clay cakes, and there are some shapes which resemble our own idli, the South Indian delicacy. So we have to be familiar with it and to give it a proper familiar identification connotations. We have called it the idli shaped terracotta cake. And also we have burnishes. So the Hakrawar culture, though the people were living in dwelling pits, they were using copper. And the copper, they used to get the copper ingots from outside and they used to melt in crucibles. And we have the evidence of a crucible where you can find the remains of molten copper here in the surface. That means this clearly suggests that people were used to get the ingots from outside and they used to melt it here and make their weapons or objects of use for different purposes. So when I say that this Hakrawar culture is a transformative space from the known Neolithic cultures, it is clear that they were living in dwelling pits. Number two, you see, they were using and the typical Harappan feature of using the short blade also you find in association with the bone implements. The people were using different type of semi-precious stones to make ornaments, and here are some beads and pendants which we have recovered from the dwelling pits. This is terracotta, this is carnelian, And the most interesting feature is the occurrence of the bead of lapis lazuli. As you know, lapis lazuli जो है बदख्शां रीजन अफगानिस्तान से हड़प्पन जो है लेके आते थे. सो हाकड़ावर कल्चर पीपुल भी, इसका मतलब ये है कि अफगानिस्तान में उनका रिलेशन था जो लेपिस लेजुली ये लोग लेके आते थे और इस्तेमाल करते थे. सो और एक जो टिपिकल फीचर हड़प्पन का है उसमें आपको टेराकोटा बैंगल्स मिलते हैं, कॉपर के बैंगल्स मिलते हैं, ब्रोंज के मिलते हैं. सो डिफरेंट मेटल्स है जो टेराकोटा बैंगल्स मिलते हैं. ये सिंगल होते हैं या डबल होते हैं या स्पाइरल से बहुत सारे 3-4 एक साथ मिलते हैं. सो इन द हाकड़ावर कल्चर इटसेल्फ वी फाइंड टेराकोटा बैंगल्स single, double. Then this particular Hakadawar culture was subsequently transformed into the period 1B, that is the early Harappan culture. So early Harappan cultures, जैसे आपको पता है कि कालीबंगा या जो कोटीजी है वहाँ पे जो पॉटरी फैब्रिक्स है they are different from the earlier Hakadawar culture. So basically कालीबंगा में प्रोफेसर B.V. Lal had made the division of the entire pottery repertoire of early Harappan culture into 6 fabrics. Fabric A, B, C, D, E, F. So ये different fabrics जो है आपको हाकड़ावर कल्चर के बाद में early Harappan culture जो है भेड़ाना में आपको पूरा के पूरा सारे के सारे 6 fabrics मिलते हैं. And apart from the pottery, in the antiquities we have bangles made of copper, shell and terracotta. Then beads of agate, carnelian, fence, jasper, shell, steatite and terracotta. Then the terracotta objects comprise bull figurines, cakes, rattles, wheels, gamesmen and marbles. Then we have stone pounders, muellers and marbles. And in the copper antiquities we have a cache of copper bangles, arrowheads, rings and 2 small copper rods. So coming to the structure of the early Harappan period, you find the mud brick structures, and basically these are of 1 or 2 courses of mud bricks. And these mud bricks are in the ratio of 1:2:3, 8, 16, 24, then 9, 18, 27 centimeter. These are the dimensions of the mud bricks. And these structures are built of mud bricks in the ratio of 3:2:1, and they are properly planned. So from actual north, they deviate 20, follow the same pattern of 20-degree deviations from the actual north. So these are some of the early Harappan structures. Here, these are early Harappan structures. Here, early Harappan structures just above the natural soil. And you find chulhas, the herbs, wheat, rice, and barley. Then the early Harappan picroom, where you can see on the red surface you have black outline filled with white. They have different floral, geometric, and faunal patterns. Then apart from this, the cache of bangles, here you can see. Then arrowheads, and this particular arrowhead, these 2 arrowheads, they bear the reed impression. That means they were hafted to bamboo reeds and they were used as arrows. So the remains of the reed is quite clearly visible over here. Then you have antimony rod. Then the early Harappan culture was followed by period 2A, early mature Harappan culture. And these early mature Harappan cultures, they had the structures made of mud brick, and you find both the dimensions, 1:2 dimensions, both were used in the construction of these mud houses. So besides the 6 fabrics of period 1B, that is the Kalibunga 1 or Kodiji culture or the early Harappan ceramics, the ceramic assemblies witnessed in period 2A the introduction of new shapes like Dixon stand, beaker and bottom shaped waste goblet. And besides the painted motifs earlier period, now during period 2A, geometric and floral patterns include simple bands, opposite triangles, people leaf and palm leaf and fish motifs. So antiquities included few copper objects, bits of terracotta, shell, semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, agate, carnelian, jasper, steatite, and fans. Then bangles of fans and terracotta, stone quern and mullers, triangular bone and oval shaped terracotta bricks. So these are the early mature Harappan structures. Here, the early mature Harappan structures, and this is the fortification wall where you have the projections up to this portion. It is the early mature Harappan. Then subsequently, the fortification's height was raised during the mature Harappan period. So 6 more courses of bricks were added to it, and you can find a drain. The difference you can clearly see that in the drains, the Harappans have used burnt brick instead of mud bricks, because they had the idea that if they use mud bricks naturally, they won't sustain for long. So instead of mud bricks, they have used burnt bricks. These are some chulas and hearths and furnaces. So these are the cache of beads from one of the trenches, carnelian. Then these are lapis lazuli, these are shell and terracotta. And in another pot we had found copper rings, one finished bead, some unfinished bead, and some flakes. So these are different materials made, beads made of different materials, especially semi-precious stones, shell and terracotta. Then the final phase of occupation at Bhidana was period 2B, which belonged to the mature Harappan culture. So during this period, the entire settlement was reorganized and encompassed within the fortification wall. The mud brick structures are oriented in north-northwest to south-southeast direction and are approximately 24 degree away from the north. In the earlier period, it was 20-degree deviation, whereas in the mature Harappan piece, so you find the orientations changed to 24 degree. That means the entire settlement was reoriented. And the structures made of mud bricks, they were invariably in the ratio of 1:4, 1:2:4. And the burnt bricks were used sparingly wherever there was a connection to water in the drains, especially they had used the burnt bricks. And you see the fortification wall, which was running all throughout the settlement. That means the entire settlement was encompassed within the fortification wall. And this fortification wall is made of mud bricks. So you can see the arm of the drain. So in the northern fortification, this particular drain was made to flush out the water from the city. And you can see the streets and how the city was organized. If you look at the city, so the lanes and bylanes, they are not in perfect 90 degree, as it was a concept that the Harappan cities were laid out in such a fashion that they were perfectly 90 degree, but it is not the case, as it is established also at Bhidana. Bhidana we have radial roads. Similarly at Banavali we have radial roads. Similarly at Bhidana, if you see the lanes and bylanes cutting between two sets or two rows of houses, they are not in 90 degree. Some of the major Harappan structures. So apart from the private structures, we have also public structures during the mature Harappan period, and these are two silos. The silos were meant for storing grains. So when we excavated it, we found grains inside this, and on the floor of the silos, there was a layer of husk. Those were spread over the floor, and some ash was sprinkled over it, and the grains were stored inside. Then you have the Harappan hearths and tandoors. So if you reconstruct the entire settlement at Vidana, this is reconstruction, this part is, and we have excavated this. So the entire city was within the fortification, and you have lower town and citadel. There is just a bifurcation wall. So the units are within the fortification wall, and to distinguish the citadel and the lower town, just a bipartition wall was provided. So coming to uh, the architectural remains, we have seals and ceilings. So in the early Harappan period, we have bottom seals. Then in the early mature and mature Harappan period, we have seals. These seals are made of steelite. So apart from the inscribed seals, we have also inscription on a copper side. So this is the zoom portion. Here you have these inscriptions, and this is zoomed over here. These spot objects, this is a linga shape, then mother goddess figurines made of terracotta, then a people leaf. This particular feature is the typical one of Vidana, where you find the terracotta stylized horns. If you look at the Pasupati silk, for example, you find the deity or the central figure, he wears a horn. So for the first time at Vidana, we have these horns. They are made on terracotta, and you have holes over here with a central hole on the pot, so that it can be tied on the figure itself. Then another feature is the spoked wheel. So the Harappans had the knowledge of the spoke wheel, is well reflected on the terracotta wheels where the spokes are painted, and sometimes they are embossed over here. This one is the typical feature of Vidana, where this particular statue, bronze statue of Mohenjo-daro, that is the dancing girl, and from a potsherd, you find the same depiction. So this clearly shows that there was inland trade. The people of Mohenjo-daro were familiar with the Vedana people, or vice versa. So Vedana people were familiar with this dancing girl statue, and one person had engraved it on a graffiti form on a potsherd. Then terracotta tiles, which are having concentric circle designs. Then beads of semi-precious stones, shell objects, beads, bangles, which are of terracotta, copper, and fans. Then you have copper objects, bangles, arrowhead, shells, fish soup, and other artifacts. Then you have ivory comb, bone points, then short plates, bone objects, the different terracotta animal figurines, and the most prominent one are the bulls. Then bullock cart, which are bird whistles. If you blow air here, you will hear a sweet sound in the form of whistling. This is the terracotta fox figure. Then this is your mask, Dubalis. Then three-headed figure, composite figures. The different weights made of stone. Terracotta objects, which are rattles, triangular cakes, then stone balls, sling ball and stone objects. Then coming to the pottery, which are perforated jars, These are black on red vase, and these are goblets. Painting on the surface of the pot, you find decorations in the form of steatite beads. They are embossed on the surface, external surface of the pot in the waist portion. So this is also one design motifs, and you find depictions of the Panchatantra story on the potsherds. In these two potsherds, Panchatantra story is depicted. If you go through my book, Faunal Representation on Calcolitic Ceramics, you will find the detail of it. Because of the less time, I am not going into detail of it. And this particular story is related to the cunning fox and the crow. So the crow is holding a fish in its mouth, and the cunning fox is saying to the crow that you sing very well. Your singing is melodious. So the crow feels inflated and subsequently starts crowing. So the fish drops down and the fox takes it away. So apart from this, we have terracotta pastels, and these are typical feature of the early historical period. But in the mature Harappan phase itself at Vedana, we have the terracotta pastels. So far as dating of the Vedana site is concerned, so in two batches we had dated the samples collected from Vedana, and both our dates were obtained from the Global Sahni Institute of Paleobotany, now it is Paleosciences, Lucknow. And look at the date. 7th millennium BC, 6th millennium BC, then 5th millennium BC. And this one is, this particular date goes back to 8th millennium BC. So, Vedana has clearly shown that there is a continuous development of the culture from a humble origin to the mature Harappan phase, and the C14 dates, whatever we have, it clearly suggests that from 7th millennium BC onwards till the 3rd millennium BC, Vedana was a promising Harappan city. Thank you. So with this, I am ending my lecture.
Yes, sir. Mishra, sir. Hello. Dr. Phanikant Mishra, sir. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Phanikant Mishra, sir, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Am
sir.
I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Shall I go ahead? Am I audible?
Hi. Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Professor Prabhash Sahu, for delivering such a interesting, nice, very informative and scientific lecture. This excavation was one of the very interesting excavation which all of us have heard about its detail. This site was a very interesting site in Haryana. Bhirana was well known in history, which was discovered in 1982. So after partition of Pakistan, this site was discovered by archaeologists. As we all know that Bhirana is situated in Fatehabad district, and this site is preserved by the State Department of Archaeology, Haryana. This site is situated in a very nice place on the main road just near the embankment of main road. Unfortunately, the director of this excavation, Dr. L.S. Rao, is no more in this world, who has taken up this excavation, and Professor Sau was assisting him for this excavation. Here you people have done a wonderful scientific work by doing an horizontal excavation, tried to find out the cultural sequence and settlement plan of this important site. As you have already discussed that you have 4 cultures here. The first culture was Hakraware culture. The second was early Harappan, for which you have given period 1B. The third was period 2A, for which you have given early matured Harappan, and period 2B is a matured Harappan. You have gone up to the natural soil and you have given a very good description about the findings, as you had gone to this extent to prove that Saraswati alluvium also you have found here. You have a circular rammed floor and chula in central portion of the mound. That is a very interesting find of this site. Mud applique ware, incised ware, 10 chocolate slipped ware, black burnished ware was a very interesting find which you could get here. I was little, I can say, you have some idli shaped terracotta cake also. So I am surprised that you have given a very good name. That is the idli. Whether idli was found in Harappan time or not, that needs to be taken up. You have very good bone points there. You have chairs, beads, terracotta bangles. You have mud brick. Of mud brick are also 4:2:1. That is very interesting sizes which we get. You have bricks which measures 36 into 18 into 9 centimeter and 40 into 2, and the third one. The fortification wall you have explained so well about the northern arm with drain, streets and lanes by you. Your findings were seals, early and late Harappan, inscribed copper cells, cult objects, terracotta stylized terracotta animals, terracotta wheels, dancing girl, which is a very popular of Harappan, that also you have found in the potsherd, terracotta tiles, beads, shell objects, bangles, copper objects, ivory, bone point, terracotta animal figurines, stone weights, matured black and red ware, pottery, steatite beads, and a very interesting story which you say about the Panchatantra story you have written in your book. We would also like to know about it, which you have described in a very small reference. So it is very, very interesting lecture for especially for the Harappan scholars who know Harappa, want to know about Harappa, and the archaeologists. Only Professor Sahu fighting now in this country for certain things. I just want to tell to all archaeologists, I have written many letters to the archaeologists all over the country that I don't know whether this excavation report has been published or not. I'm sure it is.
Archaeological Survey of India has assigned me to write the report on it.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. I would request you to see that its excavation report is published as early as possible, because you were the one who was the eyewitness of this excavation. You are like that neurosurgeon who, when opens the head of the human being, he knows what are the nerves inside the brain. So similarly, when you have opened this site, you would be knowing very well about the details of the site. So I am happy that you have been assigned with this work, and you will come out with very good, very informative, very technical and scientific excavation report. I am happy that you have taken the dating also of this site from Birbal Sahni Institute, Lucknow. So most of the works you have carried out during your excavation, and only balance which is left, which is very important, is the excavation report. And I'm sure very soon we will see your excavation report. I congratulate you from my heart on behalf of all archaeologists of the country for giving such a good, informative, and very scientific lecture. Thank you very much, Professor Sahu, and all listeners who are here from my field and other fields. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for chair the session, and Dr. Sahu, Dr. Pravash, Professor Pravash Sahu sir, Professor RTM University Nagpur, for given time and a nice lecture, archaeology and Harappan settlement. Thank you, sir. And I am welcome to our some senior expert, Dr. B.R. Mani, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan sir, Dr. P.N. Krishna sir, Dr. Bhuvan Vikram, Director Project Temple, Bhopal, Archaeology Department. So welcome, sir. And now next session, very important session, sir. Next session.
Thank you so much.
The Tiger Reserve.
Thank you.
Nagarhole Tiger Reserve.
Our eminent speaker, Mr. D. Mahesh Kumar, IFS, former Field Director, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, presently Executive Director, Jungle Laws and Resort, Bangalore. Our chairperson, Sri Ajay Mishra sir, IFS, former Principal Chief Conservator, Wildlife and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mahesh sir, respected Ajay Mishra sir, welcome. And I am request to Mishra sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Mahesh Kumar.
So thank you very much,
Mishra sir, respected Mishra.
Professor Nanduma Mishra. I thank government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, MP, for organizing this 5th National Webinar Series of August to 5th of September. So thank you very much. Now we will start our session. We are 20 minutes late actually. So hopefully we will try to cover the things within the time allotted, 50 minutes. Just want to know whether our co-chairperson, Mr. KL Purohit is also there. He has joined.
एक्चुअली सर वो गांव गए हुए थे तो उनने मैसेज किया है नेटवर्क उधर कम है गांव में ही वो उड़ीसा से हैं सर वो और गांव में
जी okay. So now we will start our session. Now this is a very important thing, the wildlife conservation, as you know, with the so much challenges growing around us, not very easy to do it. In Karnataka, we have very good wildlife conservation. As you know that next to Madhya Pradesh, we have the highest number of tigers in Karnataka and highest number of elephants also, both the flagship species. And as far as the Nagarhole Tiger Reserve is concerned, one of the iconic park in the country. I am very happy that Mahesh Kumar, D. Mahesh Kumar has joined us. Actually, Mahesh has worked with me also. So after quite some time, I am seeing him, and during his time, Nagarhole has taken a lot of initiatives to do many things, and he faced the challenges of the poaching, habitat improvement, relocation of the people who are staying inside the park, and many other things. And very successfully he has done it. So brief resume of biodata, I will just, for the benefit of our audience, I will say. B. Mahesh Kumar, IFS is from 2011 batch of the Indian Forest Service, and he has completed his graduation from the College of Forestry, Porampet, and post-graduation from Forest College and Research Institute, Metupalayam. And in a short time of period, he has a very wide exposure in different fields. He has worked in the Bangalore Rural Division as the Deputy Conservator of Forest, and had a valuable forest land protection and experience in the forest land protection in urban areas. Then he moved to the Dharwad, where he has done very, very good work in tree park development and median plantation development, awareness generation. Then he came to this challenging post of the director, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve, where he faced a lot of issues but successfully did everything very well. And he has his special things about this wildlife rescue, control of poaching, habitat improvement, forest fire management, man-animal conflict mitigation, ecotourism, eco-development, and documentaries. What he has done it. So since the time is short, we will start our session, and it will be followed by question answer, and then our remarks on the this session. Over
महेश
to
सर,
Mahesh Kumar.
महेश सर, हेलो महेश सर, टाइम पर्याप्त है क्योंकि अगले स्पीकर अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो आप पूरी बात कहें, मतलब नागर होल इम्पोर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क है, उसके बारे में कोई बात छूटे ना, अपने पास है टाइम क्योंकि अगला स्पीकर अवेलेबल नहीं.
So thank you very much, Dr. Mishra. You have given extended the time limit of the session, and I think Mahesh will be able to present all the important facts and details about the Nagarhole for the benefit of the audience. Over to Mahesh, please.
Sir, good morning, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would also like to thank the organizers, government, Madhav, Sadashivrao, Golvalkar College, Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Actually, I was supposed to present in the previous webinar, and unfortunately, I was down with COVID, and I could not present. And this time, I got another opportunity. So, thank you to Mr. Dr. Skand Mishra ji, who had pursued again and again for this webinar. I would like to know whether the screen is visible to all the participants.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. So I will start with my presentation on Nagarhole Tiger Reserve. So I had a brief like a stint about 2.5 years in one of the very popular tiger reserves of the country, Nagarhole Tiger Reserve. So as a small idea about the park, it is in the south western part of the Karnataka state, and it is about 843 square kilometer, and the name Nagarhole is drawn from the word in the Kannada itself. It is a serpent stream. The stream runs along the inside the park in just like a snake pattern. So that is why it is called as Nagarhole. And in order, like just a brief history about the park, it started as a wildlife sanctuary in the year 1955, and as everyone knows, in the then Prime Minister Madam Indira Gandhi, it was part of Bandipur Tiger Reserve in 1973, and it is declared as Nagarhole National Park in the year 83, and further in the year 2007 it became an independent tiger reserve, and subsequently in the next 5 to 10 years it was also given additional responsibility of buffer zone. So the present day the area of park is about 843 square kilometer. So with respect to the positioning of the park, as you all can see, it is having a very crucial role with respect to landscape management. Just in the other context, if we would like to understand wildlife management in a landscape level, I will give a contrast, if you can imagine a small place like an island like Lakshadweep or Andamans, their wildlife management becomes a challenge because it is not having any habitat connectivity. Whereas the wildlife population there also is not uh, comparable with respect to what we are having in parks like Nagarhole, because here we have the advantage of landscape connectivity, where you can see plenty of protected areas like Bandipur, BRT Tiger Reserve, Mudumalai Tiger Reserve, Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary. So with respect to the connectivity, this is the one of the largest landscape holding the world's highest wild tiger population. The area is about 12,000 odd square kilometer, holding about 724 tigers, wild tigers in this landscape. So that is why Nagarole plays a very important role in terms of maintaining the diversity of the different species, and also serving as a source for the largest source for breeding tigers. So as I said about breeding tiger population, Nagarole is having third highest density in the entire country with respect to tiger numbers. These are the density figures of previous All India Tiger Estimation Exercise of 2018, wherein Corbett Tiger Reserve stands first, which is having about 14 tigers per 100 square kilometer, and Kaziranga is on the second place with 13 tigers per 100 square kilometer, and Nagarole is having 12, which is also highest in the state. And we are having roughly about 130 individually camera trapped tigers within the area of about 850 square kilometer. And to take you more inside the wildlife management aspects, Nagarole is also part of the larger Mysore Elephant Reserve. There are two elephant reserves in the state. The western, northwest, somewhere here, this is Dandeli Elephant Reserve, and all the southern belt, it is part of Mysore Elephant Reserve, which is about 8,000 odd square kilometer, and this is also very important with respect to elephant like like Ajay Mishra sir had mentioned. Karnataka is also called the elephant state, with roughly about I must say 6,000 odd elephant population, of which roughly about 800 to 1,000 elephants live within and in and around Nagarole Tiger Reserve. So this Nagarole serves very important role with respect to habitat connectivity for the elephants as well. So with respect to the previous estimate, which was done in 2017, density is about 1.5 elephants per square kilometer, which is one of the highest amongst all the 52 tiger reserves in the country. And during the summer months, we also witness world's largest congregation of Asiatic elephants, where the Nagarole Tiger Reserve is on the one side, and there is a river called Kabini, which will bifurcate Bandipur Tiger Reserve, and there, because of abundant water and also grass availability, green grass availability, all the entire forest will be dried during the summer months, and this is the season one can witness close to 300 to 400 of wild dogs. And as per the recent report, we are having equal number of leopards also. So this is a very good indication, and also very nice. In order to have a very good population of the top predators, we also need to have equally good numbers of herbivores. So we have a very high density of spotted deers, decent figures with respect to the Indian gaur, sambar deer. We also have wild pig. Then we have barking deer, and so on and so forth. Because of which, like I previously said, we have a very good number of predators. So with respect to wildlife management, I would like to cover the topic in three different subcomponents. That is within the tiger reserve, and one in the fringe of the tiger, mentioning about the controlling of poaching, then habitat management. Then we also take up rigorous training and capacity building in order to manage the park. Apart from that, we have regular exercises to come out with the density estimates and the animal numbers. So this is the map of Nagarole Tiger Reserve, and we have different type of patrolling methods. And all the yellow marks on the map, what you can see is nothing but the intensity of patrolling which has been carried out in different ranges. So just for the sake of understanding in terms of figures, uh, we have something called M Stripes application, which is devised by National Tiger Conservation Authority. So we take those, we download that applications on our mobile, and especially for the foot soldiers who are on the field, they will go for foot patrolling, and the entire patrolling route has been mapped, and it is projected on this map. So in the previous year, the year 21 and 22, that a total of 2,48,000 kilometers of patrolling efforts were logged in the application. Apart from that, we also have boat patrolling and night patrolling, elephant back patrolling. So there are plenty of activities, and like I said, in order to have a decent habit, like population of like predators and the herbivores, we need to have a very strict protection regime. Apart from that, if we concentrate on habitat improvement, which I'll talk in the coming slides, the numbers of tigers, the numbers of predators or the herbivores will automatically take care of its own. And this is very important aspect in the tiger reserve, the fire management. I'm sure you people may be reading across lot of media that there is lot of bushfire in the like western countries, including Australia. And also here we have a serious problem of fire within India also. And there were a lot of news which was making like noise with respect to Bandipur Tiger Reserve in like 3 to 4 years ago. And there was a lot of disturbing videos which we have all seen. So of course it is an emotional thing to see a lot of forest areas get suppressed with respect to fire, but we also have adequate opportunity to control the fire. So that is why we rope in the local tribals, because here in and around Nagarole Tiger Reserve, we have very good number of tribals who are residing outside the tiger reserve and also residing inside the tiger reserve. So we employ close to 400 tribal watchers as the fire watchers, and they will be employed for roughly 3 to 4 months during the peak summer season. And they are the ones who support us wherever fire occurs. Immediately they go to the place, douse it off. They are also achieving like, like something called zero fire, where a couple of years we have not seen even a single spark of fire. That all credit goes to the foot soldiers and the tribal watchers. And we also take deployment of fire and emergency services department just as a confidence building mechanism to support our staff. Of course, we take up lot of awareness activities outside the tiger reserve, explaining about the benefits of forest and do's and don'ts of fire season, so that they are not engaged in like putting on fire, like putting the fire for fresh grasses. So we request them not to take up such practices and control the fire during the entire summer season. And this is also very important aspect. Sir also mentioned in his opening remarks about habitat management. Like I also said, if we want to have a very decent population of herbivores, we need to give them like good habitat. So as you know, most of the parks in the country or forested areas in the country is now taken over by this invasive alien species called Lantana camara. So this is a very like dangerous weed which has taken over all the palatable species, especially the grasses which are growing on the forest floor, and it is not edible, and it is like dispersing very rapidly, taking over the native vegetation. So that is why we have introduced Sistana uprooting and grassland development scheme, wherein we are employing the local tribals under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. It serves two objectives. One, we'll uproot the lantana and we'll take up the grassland work in the area. And second objective is we will give employment to the local tribals. So after uprooting the area, this is how our staff and tribals take up grassland development, wherein grass seeds are sown in the area, and something called grass slips are also sown in the area, and the area is restored with grassland, wherein we can see mega herbivores like elephants, gaur, and also other herbivores taking over the area, which is in turn supporting the predators. And apart from this, habitat management also includes water management. Sorry. So water is a very crucial like factor in terms of the wildlife management, and we have adequate water holes, roughly about 250 water holes in the entire park, and we also have the advantage of the solar powered borewells. So because, as you know, water pipelines cannot be drawn from a city to forest area, we need to generate our own water source. We have dug up the borewells, and it is augmented with solar powered system. So that is how it will support two objectives. One, during the summer months, animals which which tend to move out in search of water will have sufficient availability of water within the park, and also the water availability will help us in giving confidence to the staff during the fire season. So the water availability will boost this like confidence in, if at all they need to go for dousing the fire. So moving away with the management with respect to habitat and water, we also have a very dedicated team, and like I must say, expertise with respect to population estimation and research, because until and unless as a park manager we know what is the like number of or estimate of a tiger or elephant which is available within the park, we cannot like video collaring of the elephants. So wherein we have a satellite tracking radio collar which will be put on to the elephant, especially the female, which is the leader of the herd, and also sometimes the solitary tuskers, where it will go for crop raiding. By this, we also achieve two objectives. One, we'll understand the behavioral pattern of the animal, and two, it will serve as an early warning system, because every 1 hour we get the GPS coordinates of the elephant movement on the mobile application, and in turn we will send it to the ground staff to go and monitor where the elephant is moving. If at all it is trying to move out of the park, it will be again like the ground team will try to drive the elephant herd back to the forest. Thereby, we will control the conflict cases wherein human life and animal life both are protected. So these are glimpses of the camera trap exercise, wherein you all might have known about the camera trapping exercise which takes over throughout the country, and we have roughly about 32 mammal species which has been recorded with the help of camera traps. Then we also have like I said, we need to understand and know what are the resources available in the park, so that we can plan and manage the park in a better way. So we also took up something called bird festival, wherein we invite volunteers. Thereby we'll also create awareness to the public, and the volunteers who will take part in the activity will be more like ambassadors who will go and spread the words of conservation. So about 270 species of birds are also seen in Nagarole Tiger Reserve. And for the very first time we also did butterfly survey, because generally whenever like a common man goes to any national park or tiger reserve, they'll be concentrated only with respect to mammals, the tiger, elephant, or gar. These are the things which very often people will be looking forward to see in any protected area. But there are very small lesser known taxa which we need to understand what are their needs, how we can support their habitat. Thereby it will serve a larger purpose. Like as we all know, this will support the pollination, thereby spread of the conservation of diversity is also served. So such small things will have a long lasting impact in park management. Like I said, we have a huge ground army who have to be regularly trained with respect to management of the conflict. Then also like booking of offense cases, taking it to logical end, then quickly act on the crisis, and also have a lot of documentation, so that in the future if there are any issues, we can go back to the archives and guide the team in the present scenario. So that is why we take up spread in the fringe areas, that is the transition between the national park boundary and private lands. So here we have challenges of lot of livestock which tend to go to the national park limits, or graziers tend to take their cattle for browsing and grazing activity. So in order to it is very challenging to control the grazing activity, but nevertheless we take up immunization of all the cattle or livestock which is in the fringes of the forest. And I will speak about the other aspects about conflict and anti-snare walk and eco development in the coming slides. So they don't block any adjoining national park or any forested area, so that the habitat connectivity is not compromised. So this is another example which is called rail barricade. So the used rails from the railways department is procured and erected in order to control the elephant movement. So here you can see the success of rail barricade, where on one side it is forest, and other side the private land is there, and the agriculturists there never used to grow any crop, because regularly elephants used to do crop raiding. After we have erected the rail barricade, they have started growing commercial crops like banana, ginger, sugarcane, paddy, all such crops. And this is a new attempt, like the latest attempt by the department in Nagarole Tiger Reserve. We have taken up roughly about 4 kilometers of rope barricade. Uh, all these barricades are uh, like a semi permanent designs which will contain the elephant movement, and thereby reducing the conflict. And I did mention about snares, because this is a attempt to control the I must say crop raiding by wild pig and other species. But eventually, the snares which are set up to control wild pig by the farmer will be a reason where tigers and leopards will also fall prey to it. So that is why on a daily basis we take up anti-snare walk in the boundary of the forest, where all the snares set up by the farmers or any other person who is interested in poaching leopard or tiger, they will be removed on a daily basis. So in the last 3 years, I can proudly say that my team has saved about 70 to 75 animals, because each snare may be causing the death of one animal. So we might have saved about 75 lives there. So coming to outside the tiger reserve components, wherein I spoke about the rescue of animals, because as you might be reading in papers, you might be seeing in social media that there is a tiger straying incident, there is a leopard straying incident, there is an elephant herd outside the park boundary. So in order to give a quick relief to the public and common man, we need to deploy teams which will take up rescue operations. So this is we almost do at least 5 to 6 tiger rescue and roughly about 10 to 15 leopard rescue on an annual basis. We also have issues with respect to elephant calf which strays out, and again we have at least 3 to 4 cases of elephant calf reuniting cases in the park. So all credits to the ground staff who are always on their toe. And one such case is here. What I have presented is about a range officer by name Sidraju. He went inside a dry well, sitting inside a cage to rescue a leopard, and with repeated attempts of 2 days, we could rescue the leopard on third day. It was about 60 hours of intense operation, and it was quite successful. So, special thanks to our Ajay Mishra sir. Also, he was the chief wildlife warden then, who gave us continuous guidance and support to take up such operations. So about sir also mentioned about tribal relocation, and like I said, there are a lot of tribal hamlets and tribals who are residing inside the tiger reserve. So we have something called voluntary tribal relocation scheme, wherein the beneficiaries are provided with a package of rupees 15 lakhs for each beneficiary. For example, there is a family of like say husband, wife, and major son about 18 years. So we give two benefits to that family, like one for the major and other for the rest of the family. So they are given houses. They are brought into the mainstream society, and they are on training with respect to various livelihood generation and skill development training, so that they are brought into the mainstream. So by doing this also, we will achieve two objectives. One, the area which is inhabited by the tribals is made inviolate, so that wildlife will have sufficient space to disperse. And another objective is the tribals are given benefits, so that they are brought into the mainstream. So about till now, from 97 98, Nagarole has been pioneer in voluntary tribal relocation, wherein roughly about 900 families have been rehabilitated, and there are roughly about 1200 more families, and it's a continuous process. Maybe about 20 25 years down the line, entire park may be inviolate. And we also have the corporate social responsibility activities which are taken up to augment our protection activity. Here we have like the Nandan Nilekani sir and Rohini Nilekani ma'am, who have supported us with providing protection vehicles Then TVS has given us field kits wherein torch lights and other protective gears are provided. So a lot of corporates who visit the park with various supporting systems. So we park managers thank them immensely for their support. And at last, I would like to talk about ecotourism. As you all know, it is a very important aspect in terms of park management. So most of the activities which are taken up inside the park will not be visible to the common public. So that is why we have something called safari, where it is part of ecotourism and people come to witness the wilderness, and they go back with good memories. So by doing having many objectives, one, we are employing local people in the as safari drivers and nature guides who will who are on a regular employment basis. They will be paid salary just like a regular employees, and the local community gets benefited with this. And whatever money is the system for various habitat improvement works, I spoke about the conflict mitigation measures to raise barriers. Then we also give insurance cover to all the employees who are working in the park. So multiple objectives are achieved by the safari operating within the park. And this is one unique attempt we have done to track the vehicles, so that there is no much disturbance to the wildlife in the park, because there will be a lot of videos and photos which is circulated in social media that park authorities are not tracking system wherein each vehicle is monitored. And this is a glimpse of about what is the total number of visitation. So we have roughly about 1 lakh visitors on an annual basis, and generating close to 6 to 7 crores of salaries, habitat improvement, conflict mitigation measures, and other henceforth. So thank you for patience hearing, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So thank you, Mahesh. We have some time. We can take some questions.
Yes, sir. I have
Audience,
a question.
Thank
This is good afternoon from Goa. Manoj Borkar here.
yes, sir.
Chairman, sir, may I please ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Mahesh, I mean, your image of a range forest officer sitting inside the cage has been, was very striking. And I'm not very sure what is the whole idea of your officers sitting inside the cage. I mean, kindly clarify, was that meant to be a bait? Or, what exactly was that? And how
Yeah,
ethical
it
is it
is.
to have
It
your
was.
officers sitting inside a cage?
Yes.
Okay,
Mahesh.
I'll answer that. Sir, should I go ahead, sir?
Yes, please, Mahesh. Mahesh, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Uh, yes, sir. Actually, Mr. Manoj, the entire idea was to rescue one of the leopard which had fallen into the dry well. In range officer took a lead to go and check the leopard's status. So that is why we had sent him in a protective cage. Even if the animal is there in the bottom, it should not attack the person whoever is going. So being the leader of the range, he took the initiative that he himself will go and check the status, so that later a veterinarian can go inside the cage with adequate veterinary drugs and also protective gear, and rescue the animal. And by doing that, in the next attempt, when the veterinarian went, the animal was tranquilized, and we had rescued the leopard. So I think it was a very bold decision by
Absolutely,
somebody like a
absolutely.
range
And
officer
I'm
who
glad
took
the
the
bravado
initiative
did
to.
not manifest into a misadventure. Thank God for that. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Actually, that I will add one
Sir,
note. This is
Ji sir,
a
ji sir.
yes, this is a problem. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Request all others to mute, mute their microphone.
So, Mr. Borkar, you have asked a very good question. As you know, this is a big problem. This problem is in many states, including the Maharashtra, Karnataka, where the open well systems are there in the agriculture field, and wells are not having the boundary. Means there is no boundary wall on them. So many times these animals they fall in the well, and these problems happen. If the well is only a few feet, some 8 or 10 feet, it can be rescued easily, leopard. But if the well is deep, 30, 40 feet, sometimes it becomes a big challenging thing. So what this happened in Nagarhole, this is really very, I will not say that some adventure was there, but a great concern for the animal, and they were able to successfully rescue the animal. And thereafter, they have taken a decision to make a small boundary around these wells so that animals should not just get side. So this is how they have done it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We will take next question from Mr. Anis Ahmed Ansari. Then we'll come next to Satyanarayana.
I want to ask,
Yes.
what are the threats to the animal, and the health problem, diseases are infighting, and there are range of
Mahesh Kumar. Mahesh Kumar.
Sir, I lost in middle, sir. I think
Okay,
there are some
okay.
network issues.
I will request Mr. Ansari, just please repeat the question.
what are the threats and their range of traveling or movement in the area? Do they cross the area? They remain in the area. One second is their health, or some diseases, or their infighting, and third is herbivores and predator ratio. That is how much it is sufficient, or there is some increasing of one or other.
Mahesh, are you able to hear?
Sir, I'm not able to hear properly, sir. I would request you to
Actually, his questions are: what are the threats to the wildlife in the park?
Okay, sir.
That is the first question. Second question, he is asking that how this.
With respect to the first question, I must say, since the park is surrounded by about 75% exposed to the private land, we have a lot of intruders who attempt to go for poaching. So we have roughly about 20 to 25 cases every year with respect to attempt on poaching. So we have different mechanism to thwart the attempt of poaching by placing the camera traps in very secluded guns in last 2 years. So that is a serious attempt. That is one serious threat. Number two, we have two state highways which are running across the national park. So we have like regulation mechanism wherein the roads are closed from 6 p.m. In the evening up to 6 in the morning. So that is one threat which is, of course, we have invasive alien species where lantana, which I spoke about in the lecture, that it is also a threat to the wildlife. And apart from that, in order to create inviolate space, we have challenges where roughly about 1,200 families of tribals are still residing in the park. I think these are the broader threats. And behavior of animals infighting, yeah, we do have problem where the ratio of the male and female of tigers have to be in a a decent state in mortality of the more number of females when territorial fights happen. And also the because of such ratios, a lot of animals tend to move outside its natural range in search of a new habitat. Thereby they will end up in conflict. So these are also the typical behavioral changes which we are seeing in the park. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes. Now we will take next question from Mr. Satyanarayana, please.
Yes. So I am a retired professor Satyanarayana from Biology ABC College, Tamil Nadu. Really excellent presentation to about the Nagarapalli. Now I would like to know what is the present scenario of the Maknas, whether the population is decreasing or increasing. What's your observation there?
Makana wise, yes, we are seeing more numbers. In fact, we have a team who is from Jawaharlal Nehru Scientific Research, Professor TNC Vidya, who is working for a long time, and even our retired Chief Wildlife Warden Sir Ajay Mishra Sir also has very vast knowledge about it. We have seen more number of Makna in crop raiding incidents, and the park is abutting to Kodagu district, where we see lot of elephant movement towards Kodagu in coffee estates. There also we have seen more number of Maknas, and they are also engaging in frequent conflict cases. And we have attempted to radio collar a couple of them, and the radio collared elephants, especially the Makana, are also tend to move in the coffee estates, and they go back to the national park or forested limits, and we are seeing a lot of conflict cases with respect to Makanas.
So this is a very interesting question, Mr. Dr. Satyanarayana. What you have asked, this population studies in this landscape, they have shown their numbers. Actually, it is stable. Unlike, because as you know, it's the nature's response for the survival of the species when the poaching was very rampant and tuskers were killed. So that is why there is a population of Makna, some in some other part, like in northeast and in Sri Lanka, it has increased. But in this area, fortunately, the population as such of tuskers, females, and of this Makna, this is stable actually. So that's a good thing. But Maknas are very aggressive, and sometimes, as it happened in the Asian elephants, female do not have the tusk. So people get confused whether it is a female or it is a male elephant. But then these Maknas are very aggressive actually. So overall, the population is stable, and there is no cause of concern about it. So thank you, Dr. Satyanarayana. And now we'll go to Dr. Panduranga. Mr. Panduranga, please unmute your mic.
Dr. Coordinator for Biosphere Program, especially Nilgiri, Gulf, Mannar, and Agasthyamala. In fact, I have prepared for the status report for Nilgiri for UNESCO's recognition, and it was upgraded after again a decade. During that time, I think Mr. Sir has directed his counterpart in Mysore to provide the base document for upgradation of this rehabilitation work in Nagarwale. It is very nice that you have told around 900 families rehabilitated. Such a thing is you can write a short note and submit to UNESCO through your office, that is through the Wildlife Warden to MOEF. So that will be, they take it as an experience of various biosphere reserves, and it's posted in the MABNet, that is Man and Biosphere Net, UNESCO. They have a separate site where across the world our achievements will be actually passed on. Rehabilitating from their area outside the park is a great task, because we could not be able to do in Kerala, because everywhere in Kerala people are there as a part of the biosphere reserve, but not willing to come out of the reserve. So this relationship between nature, that is wildlife and human beings, they are living. And you can share your experiences.
Certainly.
That will be definitely for others to follow. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Actually, you are actually correspondence with you, and you are holding a chief wildlife, but I am only seeing right now. Okay.
Thank you very much. Very good suggestion, Mr. Panduranga. I think it can be taken forward.
Yeah, that's right.
Professor Ramaswamy, you want to ask something? You please unmute your muted. Please unmute your mic, Professor Ramaswamy.
I think it's disconnected, sir.
It got disconnected. So in the meantime, any other person from the audience, if you have any question, we have some time, we can take it up.
Yes, Kumar, right now, where are you now posted?
I am now posted as BCF working plan in Mysore.
Oh, in Mysore.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the meantime, if we get connected, we will have the question of Professor Ramaswamy. But let me share some of my experience, because I believe Professor S.K. Mishra, we have a few more minutes we can take. Professor S.K. Mishra?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, actually, I will share some of our experience. There was a big issue of the eco-sensitive zone. Perhaps, as you know, in all the protected areas, Wildlife Sanctuary National Park, Government of India has mandated to delineate one eco-sensitive zone area. And this eco-sensitive zone, it falls outside the park. And they want to regulate certain activities which are detrimental to the conservation. So there it brings a lot of conflict between this man-to-man conflict. People want to construct something, they are prevented. They want to change the land use, which is not permitted, or some certain activities. So in one of such cases,
I think there is some connectivity issues.
Yes,
sir. Yeah.
Yes. So when Mahesh, when he was a director, he has taken a lot of interest to ensure that no such thing should take place. And I remember in one of the poaching case, they have used the CDR, means this call detailed records, to track the accused, which escaped COVID time, the first phase of COVID, when all the activities, nothing was happening around, but some of the people, you know, this, he has given the location. These coffee estates are there, villages are there, so it was very challenging. So some poaching has taken place, but the accused escaped. But because of their camera and CDR's details, they were able to catch the accused. That is a very good thing. Something has happened which is not easily done actually. So that is one thing happened. And in the human wildlife conflict, especially tiger conflict, one of the evening, one grown-up tiger, it has killed one person. Normally, it is very difficult to get the tigers trapped in the cages, but somehow he put a cage there, and then we were organizing, and he was also was in touch with the people to get it tranquilized and capture it. But fortunately, because of timely action, very safely we could get the animal trapped in the cage, and it was rescued and sent to the rescue center. So many went. And this is a very, very good part of the landscape. What he said about 12,000 square kilometer, which includes the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, Nilgiri Eastern Ghat areas also. Very important link between the down south and north of our Kodgo, Hassan, and Dandeli landscape. So very challenging things are there, which was taken up. So if we could. So if there is no other question, so Mahesh, I will just say it is a very, very excellent presentation you have made, and you have put so many things together. During your time, you have taken up a lot of interest in habitat improvement, especially this grassland development, as you have said, this Parthenium, Eupatorium, Lantana, all these weeds which are covering and spreading, they are shrinking the habitat, and the carrying capacity is coming down. So that initiative of management and weeds uprootal, it was a very. And then about this eco-sensitive zone, you have managed it very well. Rescues have been taken well in time. Protection was strengthened. So all these things have helped in tigers density. You have said now it stands third in the country, almost 12 tigers next to the Corbett and Kaziranga. So I believe that with the improvement and good measures which have been taken up, it will cross this 13 and 14 per 100 square kilometer having this tiger. Already more than 100 tigers in such a small landscape. Managing is not very easy, because tigers' ecology and behavior is something very different, not like any other thing, and not that 1,000 elephants in Nagarhole 850 square kilometer is really very, very tough thing. So both the flag of this flagship species which are there getting conserved, and down the line many other species, wild dog, leopard, smooth-coated otter, sambar, deer, everything. It has given the density also, healthy population. So thank you very much. Now Professor Ramaswamy has joined. Would you like to ask the question before we close it? You are muted, Professor Ramaswamy. You have to unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic, not video. Your video has got off. Mic remained muted.
लाइन में अभी नहीं है सर वो।
जी कुछ उसमें लग रहा है कुछ प्रॉब्लम है माइक में, उनका वीडियो
हाँ,
भी
हाँ।
जी जी। So thank you very much, Professor Skand Mishra, for organizing it and continuing this series. Now this is the 5th series you have taken up, and it is bringing a lot of focus on the conservation through all the zoological park, botanical garden, wildlife sanctuaries, parks, archaeological sites. So with these things, I thank Manish, thank you very much, and Professor Skand Mishra, thank you very much.
Sir, I would also like to thank today's chairperson Ajay Mishra sir. During my tenure of 2.5 years, roughly about 1 year, I had your guidance, sir. And after the interaction in the field, I think this is our second interaction in another workshop we had met, sir, human-elephant conflict workshop. So thankful to the organizers to bring sir on board because of his vast experience. A lot of my questions were also answered by sir. I feel very happy when a senior officer is supporting the junior officers. Thank you very much, sir. And I would also like to thank the organizers who gave me this opportunity. Though I was transferred from Nagarole, and I was feeling a bit hesitant to speak about a place which I am not no more in charge. But still, Mishra ji pursued me to take over this. Dr. Skand Mishra ji, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would also like to thank all the participants who actively posted questions to me, and I felt very happy to answer all of them. Thank you, one and all.
आपने बहुत ही अच्छी जानकारी दी। मैं बताऊं कि ये जो क्षेत्र है, जहां ये रीवा क्षेत्र है हमारा, तो ये भी टाइगर के लिए, टाइगर का घनत्व तो यहाँ पर काफी अच्छा है। बांधवगढ़ टाइगर रिजर्व इसी क्षेत्र में है। इसके अलावा दो जो अभी डेवलप कर रहे हैं, एक तो पन्ना टाइगर रिजर्व और दूसरा संजय गांधी टाइगर रिजर्व सीधी। ये तीनों ही जो नेशनल पार्क थे, ये टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत हैं। और ये एरिया विशेष रूप से मध्य प्रदेश के साथ ही ये जो विंध्य रीजन है, हमारे पास 3 टाइगर रिजर्व और एक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व भी है, अचानक मार अमरकंटक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व। तो नागरहोल जैसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो पार्क है, उस पर टाइगर रिजर्व पर आपने जो यहाँ चर्चा की, निश्चित रूप से उसमें टाइगर का भले इकोलॉजी अलग अलग है, लेकिन लगभग जो वाइल्ड लाइफ की स्थिति है वो वही है। तो बहुत अच्छा मौका मिला हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए कि और हमने इसलिए आपसे चाहा था क्योंकि आपका अनुभव था वहाँ, 3-4 साल का जस्ट अनुभव आपका था, क्योंकि नए व्यक्ति जो आ रहे हैं उनके लिए उतना अभी अनुभव नहीं था। आपके लिए अनुभव था वहाँ के जो भी आपने क्रियाकलाप किए, तो उसको आपने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से शेयर किया है और हमारे निवेदन को आपने स्वीकार करके और समय दिया। मिश्रा सर ने हमको समय दिया है, पहले भी सेशंस में समय देते रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से हम अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से, मध्य प्रदेश हायर एजुकेशन विभाग की ओर से आप दोनों
थैंक यू।
Now next session, sir. Our eminent speaker, B. Rathina Sabhapati, ecologist, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Rathina Sabhapati ji. And our chairperson, Professor G. Ramaswamy, former head wildlife biology, and Principal R.P. Joshi, Principal Scientist, Agriculture College, Rewa. So I am requesting to Dr. G. Ramaswamy sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. B. Rathina Sabhapati. Dr. G. Ramaswamy, Professor G. Ramaswamy, sir. Welcome. Hello. Please unmute yourself, sir. G. Ramaswamy, sir. Rathina Sahabaji.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you,
Professor,
sir. Dear sir.
please,
Professor Ramaswamy,
Professor G.
mic is
Ramaswamy,
not.
sir, please unmute yourself. Professor G. Ramaswamy, sir. लगता है नेटवर्क उनका कुछ गड़बड़ है। मैं लगा रहा हूँ फोन से। हाँ, यस, यस सर। गड़बड़। Mr. Rathina Sabhapati.
Okay.
After
Is it-
this,
can you able to see the PPT, sir?
Professor Ramaswamy introduce you. Yes.
Okay.
Please share your slide.
Yes.
Professor Ramaswamy, you are not audible.
Very interesting chapter, sir, lecture, sir. Plant in human welfare, historical perspective, temple trees, and Isthala Birutkam.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir?
Good evening. Please start. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please share your slides, sir. Yours.
PPT is coming, sir?
No, not yet. Not
Sir?
yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Some network disturbance. So yes. Yes, sir. Ramaswamy, sir.
Okay, you go to share
Yes, sir.
a window, choose a window.
Window, yeah, window, sir.
You can able to go share.
As I put again, stop sharing is coming. I don't know
No,
whether.
no, you just stop sharing. Okay.
Okay.
You open your PPT.
Okay,
Then,
sir.
Then you can share.
Open.
Just open your. Come back. Then share a window. A window. Right click. See. Share. See, share. See, you're able to share. Or arrow. Arrow. Share. Oh. See, you click on that arrow. Killer icon. Share.
Oh, sir.
Oh.
Right, show.
You minimize your PowerPoint, open.
Okay.
From there, share. You come to share.
It's not coming.
Click the share. Sabhavati, you're able to follow.
Yes, yes.
Share or the
I'm hearing.
share. Downline. See, you can see the mic, video, Then ஒரு arrow.
Yeah.
அந்த arrowல click பண்ணுங்க. You just click on the arrow.
Coming, sir, no? Visible, sir?
No. Right. Yes. Good. No, again, no, it's not visible. Same thing. See, you are done. Good. Now it's visible.
Now,
Continue.
Okay.
right. Now you project it.
Sadashivrao,
same.
you have lost again. You come back again.
Yeah, again. It's okay. Fine. Visible பண்ணுங்க அதே better.
But now it is not visible. Yes. You please go
Yeah, you
ahead.
can continue. It's better. Okay. It's visible.
Visible, okay. So, good evening to all. Can you able to
It's
hear me,
visible,
sir?
but you have to put it in slideshow.
Right.
But he is not that much familiar sometime, I think. Sadashivrao, it is slide is now
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Only thing you have to take your cursor towards your left hand side and you have to press the each side 1, 2, 3 like that.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now
Otherwise,
it
you
is
have to move to slideshow.
not full screen, sir.
Not full screen,
Okay.
but if you touch again, it goes. That's why I'm telling.
Now it is.
No.
Yeah. Now you take the cursor and click 1, 2, 3 like that. It will change.
Okay. Can I present now, sir?
Now
Yes.
it is okay. You go ahead.
Okay, sir. I think it's a plant in human welfare. That is a historical perspective. Especially in South India, we call it as Sadashivrao, sir. Can you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah.
I think Dr. Professor
can hear.
Ramaswamy, sir,
We can-
lost.
Yes. You can continue.
Okay, sir. I think Stalam is a Sanskrit term, sir. So Stala means it's a place. Vriksha is a tree. Mostly in South Indian temple, we used to have Sadashivrao. So other terminology is sacred groves. Sacred grove means mostly in the villages, semi-urban villages. We used to have a group of trees near the temple that we called as a sacred groves. This is well-known fact throughout India. So these two are slightly different. Sadashivrao means single tree. Sacred groves will have many trees, which are conserved by the local people. The main reason is they have very good source of medicinal diversity, so that they have been preserved since from ancient time as a sacred trees, as a Sadashivrao or sacred groves. So tree worship is practiced throughout the world. We are all aware, especially in India, Saiva, Vainava, Jainism, the tree worship is going on. In Tamil Nadu, tree worship practice follows religious faith, culture, and such religious workshop. That's what's called as Sadashivrao in temples. Other leaves are mandare, that is called Baginia. Visible, sir? Visible?
Yes.
It's visible.
Go ahead.
Second Maguva tree called Maguva. This is Maduka longifolia. The oil extracted from the seed used in many temples for lighting the lamp. Now the Maguva grew also reduced. In forest, the flower is highly fragrant and have sweet taste. It will attract a lot of sloth bears and spotted deers. This is right here Tinctoria. Tinctoria means that is a natural dye yielding plants. There is a place called Tirupalaturai, Karur, near Karur, and Shivan temple is having this tree as a Sadashivrao. Again, this is the very good medicinal plant. This is a climber. It depends on mostly trees to grow, to establish the root. The aerial root out to the ground, it will become another climber. It's called hot leaved moonshade, Tinospora cordifolia. Tamil has got many names, Vanji, Sindilpadi, Amirdavalli. Now, all the pots has been highly medicinal value, especially for diabetes they are using. Leaf, stems, fruits, even roots also they are using. This is Cadoba fredicosa, also again climber. This is a Hiptage bengalensis. Near Avinasi there is a Muruga temple is there. So different temple, because the purpose of keeping the trees in different temple as Salavircham, the aim was to protect the plant, particular plant. Now the what you call the message is missing to the younger generation, because these are all the, I think 10-20 years before it was many people know. Now the younger generation, they are not able to aware, even they don't know about the Salavircham. It's again a herb. It's called mountain knot grass. It's called Tamil. It's called Sirupulai, Avera lanata. This leaf is best for kidney stones. Usually in Tamil Nadu, Pongal, whatever the festival, they used to tie this plant along with the mango leaf in front of the house. Still, the culture is followed throughout Tamil Nadu, even in Andhra Pradesh also. This is a same Noni family, Indian mulberry, Marinta tinctoria. I think that tree bark has been used for cattle growing and other those days, because the light wood, it won't cause damage to the cattle's shoulders. That's why I put the picture. Now we don't have this kind of ally or something, that the flowing mechanism all become machinery. Again, this is ebinum tree. This is hardwood tree. This is called ebony, Diosporus ebinum. Used as a mortar and pestle. Again, this was talking about 20-30 years before. Now this kind of material not in use. Reason is number has been decreased. People not aware about the how to use plants for what purpose. That information is lacking. Again, this is Wellingtonia hortensis, Indian cork tree. This plant can spread through the root suckers. Mostly seen in gardens, parks. It's not advisable to keep before the compound or next to compound, because the root suckers produce another plant. It's a highly fragrant flowers. From the flower smell, we can judge the plant where the plant is there. This is Kanjipuram. There is again Trisulam. There is one temple is there. The temple, this Indian coral tree is Salaviricham. This Indian muscat tree is called Vanni in Tamil. It's a red litter species. Very few only in temple also. Many temples they don't have tree at present. The tree also has highly medicinal value. The sticks, dried sticks, which are used in yogam, along with banyan tree, ficus tree sticks. This Vanni sticks also has been used in yogam and homam, which are for the different functions and houses. This is again cannonball tree, Goropeta guinensis. It's also very exotic species, even though it has been naturalized in many temples as a Salavircham. In Chennai, many places we can see along the roadside. Throughout their flowering is there, deciduous tree. This is coconut grass, which again the riverside. They love the fresh water only. It won't come along the sea water wherever. Tirunalaru, there is a famous temple is there. Tirunalaru is a temple. Talavircham is grass, coconut grass. Tamil it's called Darupai. This is Kore. That's a mat, curtain screens, all the things made up of the dried grass of this coconut grass. And then near Chidambaram, that is a soy cod. The temple is having this grass as a Stalaverichum. Again, bamboo, we are all familiar. Bamboo also, yes, Stalaverichums. Kadambattur, Thiruvannamalur. The places I am mentioning mostly from Tamil Nadu. Again, one of the holy plant, vetiver. We are all less known. We are not using it. This play a very vital role in soil erosions. Cost is also very cheap. Roots, leaf, they have medicinal value, as well as we can make handicraft like this. For an example, I am showing how they are using in other countries. India also now started using vetiver for river restoration program. I think Kuam and Adayar we have tried. This is the highly polluted water in Australia. They tried using vetiver. So after planting vetiver grass, you can see the difference. Water has been cleaned, the area become green. Dulce, this is a very common plant. This is also a Salavaricham in Triverkudi Viratam temple. And also holy plant. If you cross the animal, go to Kerala border, that's a Paramikulam tiger resource. This tree is said to be about 450 years old. The photograph which I took 2012, I believe. Government of India is a Kalpa Vriksha tree. They are given an award in the 84-85. It's about 460 years old. Still the tree is standing, live tree. I think many of you heard about Bangalore. Benga means Canada's Benge tree. Tamil is called Benge, Indian Kino tree. Bengadu, once it was a Bengadu, now it is Bangalore. The tree has plenty. It's again, this Indian Kino tree is a red listed species, endangered species, Herocoppus marsupium. So if you look at the many places throughout India, the name origin depend on plants of the native or important medicinal plants. It have so many reasons. Few places in Tamil Nadu, Marudamalai, so original tree, Virali Malai means half bush, Karamadai, Canthium. Near Chennai, that's called Purasavakam, flame of the forest. Kadambattur, Mitragena parifolia, Perambur, cane, Calamus rotang, Tadayur, Pandanus, Voderotismus, Pandai, Kadambu, and some god name also named after the tree. For example, Punnaivananadar, Mailapur, Vilvavanesar, Bale tree, Alangotisar, again Alamaram, Banyan tree, Chillai Embalar, Chidambaram Nataraja temple name, Mullaivananadar, again Jasmine, Panangatisar, palm tree. These are some of the examples which has been named after the plant. The place is also named after plants. These are to remember, people to follow. That's why they named it. Some program Tamil Nadu government has initiated last year, because I told the reason many temples don't have Salaviricham. They took the initiatives and the government started to plant 1 lakh tree in all the which temple don't have the Salaviricham. They have the history of what tree it was there. Second is state level greening committee has been formed. They want to encourage indigenous plant conservation, not exotic plant tree planting. Or they made some list, got confirmed from the forest department. That's a checklist for all Tamil Nadu. So they are going to promote indigenous plant conservation. Apart from this, Government of India Postal Department, they also play a part in conserving plants and animals by printing nearly 80 species of inclusive plants and animals during different years as a postal stamp, so that people can see, recognize Kadamba, that's a Mitragena tree, Sarakundrai, Indian laburnum, Vembu, Neem, 1992 they made a stamp, Banyan tree, ficus tree, all they made a stamp in 1987. To remember or to promote the conservation of these trees, they made it. Last, again, Nammalwar, this is a famous agriculture scientist who was motivational to organic in Tamil Nadu. Wherever you he says, show a seed, it will grow like a tree. Even if it doesn't grow, don't give up your what you call vision thoughts for conservation of trees. Don't think just it become waste. The seeds is shown, it will grow up. Otherwise, it will become a manure for the soil. So we have to keep on trying for tree conservation, especially sacred groves. So we have to leave living planet for the next generation. This I want to convey a message through this historical importance and sacred groves conservation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's very nice, Ratna Sabapathy.
I think some of the slide not visible to audience, I believe. Maybe I'll share the slide. Maybe you can send it.
Yes. I think close your presentation so that.
Yes, sir.
I think Professor Rangaswamy is something he is conveying, but we couldn't hear actually. It's not
We are not
audible.
able to hear, sir. We are not able to hear.
I think his mic is having some problem.
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes.
हाँ मैं थोड़ा सा some college work, so busy college work, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rasina Sabapathy ji, for a nice talk. हुआ था talk on sacred group पर, और Professor G. Ramaswamy, thank you, sir, for share the session, and Dr. Rasina Sabapathy for a good lecture in our webinar. Thank you, sir, both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, next talk. Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, eminent speaker, Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, founder and owner, IQAC of India, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Chairperson, Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu. Mr. Shiv Shankar Babu. Yes, sir. मैं फोन लगा रहा हूँ उनको तो. भट्टाचार्य जी, आप अपना स्लाइड शुरू करके लेक्चर शुरू करिए, इसके बाद आएंगे तो इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे सर. मैं फोन लगा रहा हूँ.
ठीक सर, मैं शैल आई इंट्रोड्यूस माई सेल्फ.
हाँ हाँ सर, इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे आके.
अच्छा.
हाँ. Mr. Bhattacharya giving his imminent talk, Internet of Things, IoT, the future technology in museum. Please share your PPT.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
No. No.
No, it's not visible. Okay.
Hello. Mr. Babu, please join. Hello. Your talk time, please join. Please. Yes, sir.
Is it visible, sir?
Start, sir. Please join.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes. Please start.
Well, my topic is on it. First, basically, I would like to thank Professor Mishra and the team for arranging this wonderful webinar for all of us, and in which we have gained a lot of information, knowledge, very interesting information, good presentation slides. At the same time, I by heart also convey my thanks to Mr. Alkesh Zaveri, who recommended my name to Professor Skand Kumar Mishra ji. So with this and my pranam to Ma Saraswati, I begin my presentation. My topic is on Internet of Things, IoT, the future technology in museums. I basically completed a research from University of Rajasthan as a student of Center for Museology and Conservation. My thesis is submitted. Viva voce is still pending. It will be done in the next month. So here I start with my presentation. Is it visible on the screen? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Is it visible on the
My
screen?
screen visible, sir.
Okay, sir. Before I start the presentation, I have just 2 words for all of you or the audience. The following talk is a small part of my submitted thesis work. My thesis work is, second point is, as the thesis topic is multidisciplinary, means.
Yes, sir. Shiv Shankar Babu, sir, please. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please give intro if possible.
Yes, thank you. I am very much pleased to introduce a fellow IT specialist, Indrajit Bhattacharya. He is a full-time IT with a passion for museum and heritage. And he runs 2 companies. One is Echoes of India, and IT services, he runs IV Code Technologies. So he is a PhD scholar with museology and conservation in research topics in terms of scientific technology and relevance of roles of IoT in museum. So he is going to talk about his pet research subject, IoT in museum today. A trained museologist who has been working in multiple disciplines like textile, paper, metal, oil painting, conservation, framing techniques, and varied experience. His regular life, he is an IT professional with 25 years in IT and managing database and all the full spread of services. And in addition to this, his passion has been in museology, and then in this, he has been associated with Museum Association of India, ICOMOS, Asiatic Society for Social Science, and Itihas Sankalan Samiti. And he is an associate editor of Sanskritic Pravah Journal. And he is assigned as an industry expert for Amity University, Rajasthan, for his area of specialization. In addition to his regular work and his passion for museology, he also loves photography, traveling, philately, and gardening. Really a true multifaceted technologist, and for love for what he has learned in many of these areas, transforming them into technology. He has worked in multiple projects with INTAC in conservation, dictionary of monuments with old wall paintings, and he is also he is a regular guide. He conducts study tours in Rajasthan area, Alwar, Bikaner, Chittorgarh, and other areas, and presented a lot of papers, more than 10 papers in various universities and sessions. So I am really happy.
संस्कृति के तत्वों के वैज्ञानिक रूप से खोज करता है। इन्होंने निर्गुण कहो चाहे सगुण साकार कहो, उन सब तत्वों को हम लोगों के सामने साकार किया है मंदिर के रूप, देवालय के रूप। जो कुछ वेदों में जो कुछ धारणा हम लोगों के सामने आती है, उन सब को तत्वतः विभाजित या विनियोजित करके हम लोगों के सामने जिन मूर्तिमान किया है कि कितना बड़ा देवालय। मैं तो देवालय को ये कहता हूँ कि यदि कोई मनुष्य गढ़ सकता है तो गढ़ सकता है, लेकिन देवालय नहीं गढ़ सकता। उसके लिए कितना बड़ा, इसीलिए हमने उनको विश्वकर्मा कहा है। हमारे पास कितने इतने इंस्क्रिप्शंस जिनमें सूत्रधार को विश्वकर्मा रूप कहा है। यदि कोई विश्वकर्मा, आज जैसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन जिस विश्वकर्मा ने मंदिर बनाया है, अब देखिए, तुम जब पढ़ रही थी तब मैं उन सब बातों को खोज रहा था और सोच रहा था कि मंदिर में राजा की मूर्ति लगे न लगे, सूत्रधार की मूर्ति लगे। खजुराहो का कितना सुंदर मंदिर है, कोणार्क के कितने सुंदर मंदिर है, या सोमनाथ। गुजरात तो पूरे बेल्ट आ गया है, राजस्थान भी उसे लगा वही है। राजस्थान तो चालुक्यों के अधीन ही रहा मैक्सिमम। तो देखिए कि वहां भी सब सूत्रधारों ने अपने सिग्नेचर किए हैं और लिखा है इस सन में ये सूत्रधार ने ये मंदिर बनाया। मंदिर के नामकरण का श्रेय उनको, मंदिर की परिकल्पना का श्रेय उनको, और उन सब लोगों ने इस मंदिर को महिमामय किया। जिनमें से जो जल तत्व है वो अप्सराएं। ये अप्सराएं इसलिए है, जहां भी पानी मिल मिला के, मैंने एक दिन एक परिभाषा में इस बात को कहा था, ये जो सौंदर्य है ना, सौंदर्य का सबसे बड़ा सार जल है। जल से सारी सृष्टि की उत्पत्ति की जो हम कथाएं पढ़ते हैं, जल सलील से सर है। ये जो मैं कुछ बात एक कह रहा हूँ, इस पूरे सलील का जो सार है वो अप्सरा है। सौंदर्य में जो लावण्य है समुद्र के जल का, कोई ज्यादा ही गोरा ना हो जाए, ज्यादा ही काला ना हो जाए, जो एक तरह से सत्व है अप्सरा। ये अप्सराएं कितना सुंदर पारिभाषिक विन्यास हमारे सामने अगस्त्य करते हैं कि माँ उर्वशी और वो मछलियों को, वशिष्ठ को, मछलियां सुंदर क्यों हैं? अगस्त कुंभज हो गए। मुझे कुछ लगता है भारतीय संस्कृति ने इन सब तत्वों को नियोजित करके 2 ग्रंथ हमारे पास मुख्य हैं, शिल्प प्रकाश, क्षीरार्णव, जिनके आधार पर तुमने अपना ये पर्चा रखा, वो नारद पृच्छा है। और इतनी सुंदर ढंग से मंजू घोषा की परिभाषा हो, चाहे नुपुर पद्मिनी की परिभाषा हो, चाहे शिशु क्रोड़ा हो, चाहे सद्य स्नाता हो, ये वो हैं जो हमारी लोक जीवन के भी हमारे अंग हम लोग रोज देखते हैं या नहीं देखते हैं, लेकिन मंदिरों के आकर्षण के लिए, मंदिरों में जिसको तुमने कहा कि वो स्थूल से सूक्ष्म की ओर यात्रा करते हैं, सच में मंदिर जिस यज्ञ संस्कृति के उत्तर काल में मंदिर के रूप में हमारी संस्कृति जीवंत होती है, उसमें अनेक स्तरों में, खासतौर से जंगा भाग में जो तुमने कहा, एक महत्वपूर्ण सोपान या सौंदर्य के हेतु हो के अप्सराएं हमारे बीच आती है। लोग उसको देखते ही रह, शब्द नहीं जानते हैं। कितने लोग हैं जो उन प्रॉपर शब्दों को जानते हैं, नहीं जानते। ये ग्रंथ जिनके तुमने उद्धरण दिए, ये हम सब लोगों के लिए देखने के योग्य हैं। मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली इसलिए हूँ कि रोज इन शब्दों में उलझा रहता हूँ, रोज देखता रहता हूँ, लेकिन ये महत्वपूर्ण जो स्थूल से सूक्ष्म की तुमने यात्राएं करवाई, मुझे लगा कि ये जो सब संदर्भ हैं वो हमें प्रपंच सार तत्वम या पंचीकरण या दूसरे जो भी ग्रंथ हैं जिनमें लगभग ये आ जाते हैं। सौंदर्य लहरी मुझे याद आया। मैं बहुत सारा धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और मुझे इस सेशन में शेयर करने का जो एक अवसर दिया, मैं स्कंद मिश्रा जी का भी, रेवा यूनिवर्सिटी का भी, उच्च शिक्षा मध्य प्रदेश उच्च शिक्षा विभाग का भी सबका आभार मानता हूँ। अनिता को बहुत सारे आयोजनों में आना चाहिए। ये जो प्रतिभा थी, इस विषय पर तुम्हारा कमांड था, मैंने देखा है। हम इस बात को आगे पहुंचाना चाहेंगे। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद। अलकेश जी का स्वागत कर रहा हूँ। अलकेश जी का स्वागत करता हूँ मैं।
जो अनिता जी आए,
ऑल द बेस्ट अलकेश भाई।
खींच के लाए सर उनको।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनिता, बहुत ही बढ़िया आपने व्याख्यान यहाँ पर सोमनाथ मंदिर पर दिया। एक्चुअली मैं काफी दिन पहले सोमनाथ गया हुआ था, लेकिन आज नए तरीके से आपने सोमनाथ मंदिर का दर्शन कराया यहाँ पर, और मैं आदरणीय जुगनू साहब का को धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इस वेबिनार में अपना समय निकाला और सेशन को शेयर किया, बहुत सी अपनी बातें भी बताई, शेयर की यहाँ पे महत्वपूर्ण बातें। एक्चुअली क्या मंदिरों में हर जगह जो पहले के मंदिर हैं उनमें आख्यान बहुत ही अच्छे हैं। अब ये है कि कुछ हम लोग उससे दूर हो गए समझने में, और जब कोई समझाता है तो निश्चित रूप से सबकी उत्कंठा होती है कि हम इस बात को समझें। ये है कि अब समझाने वाले भी कम हैं, और समय की के कारण जो है लोग समझने में भी उतना समय नहीं दे पाते हैं। लेकिन बहुत अच्छा आपने ये उत्कृष्ट टॉक थी हमारे वेबिनार की, और इसके पहले भी बहुत अच्छी टॉक हुई हैं, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि ये बहुत ही उम्दा टॉक थी और आपने इसको बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से दिया है। और सोमनाथ को जिनने भी देखा है और जो भी आगे देखेंगे YouTube के माध्यम से, अभी हम इसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे हर जगह अपने हायर एजुकेशन में भी और भी लोगों को, तो उसको हम क्या ग्रंथ को या जो भी है इसमें हम छिपाते नहीं हैं, उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रचार करते हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से ये एक नया अध्याय होगा विषय का आपके द्वारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी को। और हमारे सीनियर, देखिए इसको सुनने के लिए डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर के.एम. सुरेश साहब जो हम्पी विश्वविद्यालय के प्राध्यापक रहे हैं और वहाँ के डायरेक्टर रहे हैं, जाने माने आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, हमारे मध्य प्रदेश शासन से भी आदरणीय भुवन विक्रमा जी, वाजपेयी जी, सभी लोग जो है वो जुड़े। निश्चित रूप से विषय ऐसा था और सबकी उत्कंठा थी कि हम इसको सुने, और उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में भी समय निकाला, और हम धन्यवाद देते हैं उन लोगों को भी। और एक बार पुनः अपने संस्था की ओर से, मध्य प्रदेश उच्च शिक्षा विभाग की ओर से मैं सभी को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। अगला सेशन भी महत्वपूर्ण है। वो कहते हैं, गुरु गोविंद दोऊ खड़े काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपनो गोविंदियो बताए। तो अलकेश जी ने हमको अनीता जी के बारे में बताया था, तो उनका भी महत्व इस टॉक के लिए, और जो खुद दे रहे हैं आगे राष्ट्रीय टॉक होने जा रही है, और बहुत ही अच्छा विषय है। वो भी गजलक्ष्मी पर है। और मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करता हूं मिस्टर अलकेश जवेरी, न्यू जर्सी यूएसए से हैं, मेंबर ऑफ हेरिटेज फाउंडेशन जलगांव, और गुजरात से नेटिव है। गुजरात इनका नेटिव प्लेस रहा है। तो और सेशन की चेयरपर्सन प्लीच इंडिया फाउंडेशन हैदराबाद। शिवनागी सर.
Sir, namaste, Mishra sir, namaste.
Welcome sir.
I am traveling from Vijayawada to Hyderabad.
Dr. Shivnagi Reddy sir,
Namaste.
please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker Alkesh Javeri sir.
Yeah, sir, good afternoon, all the respected scholars. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor S.K. Misraji, convener, national webinar on not only national parks but also on heritage precincts. And he has been taking a lot of pains in organizing national webinar series. We have all enjoyed a lot of the previous webinars. Now, now I think we have Dr. Pratap Chandran, Assistant Professor, MS University, Baroda, as co-chairperson. Then I welcome him. And Professor Alkesh Javeri ji, we all know that...
sir, no professor.
No, yes, sir, you are more than a professor.
I am not a professor, sir.
Yes, Alkesh ji, I think most of our Stapati Stapati talks and many seminars on Indology, his presence, architecture, and his active participation. For that, I am extremely happy to see once again Alkesh ji on this national webinar. Sir, we welcome you with great respect. On behalf of S.K. Misra ji, on behalf of our Vice President Pratap Chandran ji, and on behalf of our learned scholars who are present here. So, I think may I request the co-chairperson Dr. Pratap Chandran to present the CV of Alkesh ji. Before he makes a presentation on a wonderful topic, journey of goddess Gajalakshmi through millennia over Pan India. Yes, there are people or scholars who are known for their expertise in one specialization. That is, Javeri ji has a lot of collection on the image and the paintings and other curios on Gajalakshmi. We all are aware of the fact that earliest Gajalakshmi panels come from one of the railing panels of what we call Barhut Stupa, and there is a continuity of journey. So later now in the early historic and later historic periods, we see on the Lalat Bimba of the temples and many more. Even if you go to Ellora, you have a very beautiful Gajalakshmi sculpture. Like that, I am not going into the details. Rather than
waiting to enjoy the illustrious talk by Alkesh Javeri ji. Sir.
Pranam, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, pranam.
Thanks for giving me time while traveling.
Sir, sir. No, no, no. It is our. Otherwise, I could have missed it. Sir. Sir, Mishra, sir, is our Pratap Chandran ji is available? Hello.
हाँ चंदर जी सर नहीं है, नॉट अवेलेबल सर. प्लीज present his introduction of Mr. Alkesh Javeri. You have his biodata?
But I do not have that details on Alkesh ji, sir.
I would do on my behalf.
Kindly,
sir.
kindly,
You are
present.
traveling, so no problem for me.
Kindly brief on yourself.
And you have already introduced me before in your
No, sir.
start set, so it's not a very.
Sir. Kindly give a few details for the benefit of the other participants, sir.
Okay. In a very brief,
Yes, sir.
I would say about myself.
अलकेश जी आप टॉक स्टार्ट करिए, उसके बाद हम यहाँ वो करते हैं, हम भेजते हैं सर के पास, भुवन सर के पास भेजते हैं, वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे.
कोई बात नहीं सर. So, 1 मिनट मेरा स्क्रीन शेयर कर लेता हूँ आप लोगों से.
हाँ.
स्क्रीन विजिबल हो तो बता दीजिएगा प्लीज.
हाँ,
Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Visible है. हाँ.
Okay, give me a second. So good day, everybody. This is Alkesh from United States, representing my paper at National Webinar 22-23 series on Gajalakshmi, on journey of Gajalakshmi through millennia. I am not a very great scholar, so it would be difficult to say more stuff about Indology or archaeology or something. This journey started with a collection of the Gajalakshmi picture, when my mother used to tell me some stories about Gajalakshmi and I used to listen to her. So उस समय जब when I was listening to the story, I always had this image in my mind, and the main image was of Mangal Kamini Mata from West Bengal, where Gajalakshmi, the goddess Lakshmi, showed playing with elephants in that story. So that extended me, and this is the first sculpture I saw that is from Maharashtra. Then I started collecting these pictures, and this picture started my journey through millennia. And when I started collecting all these pictures, I found that this image has taken a long story. Starts beyond BC and is extending now also with various people. So this is our Kuldevi's temple. She is also a Gajalakshmi, and she is stationed at Binmal in Rajasthan. The beauty of this sculpture is Gajalakshmi is has 2 hands. In one hand, she has a flower. The other hand is in separate mudra, and she is annotated by 4 elephants. 4 हाथी उनकी सेवा में है. तो गजलक्ष्मी का कॉन्सेप्ट ये होता है कि अगर लक्ष्मी है और उनके साथ हाथी है तो उसको गजलक्ष्मी बोला जाता है. नहीं कि लक्ष्मी सिर्फ उनके ऊपर जब अभिषेक करते हैं, अगर वो अभिषेक करती है तो उसे अभिषेक लक्ष्मी कहते हैं. सो व्हेन शी इज एनोनेटेड and lusted by water, she is Abhishek Lakshmi, but with presence of elephant, she is only a Gaja Lakshmi. And this Devi, ये एक सोचना कि if you see everywhere, you will see Ganesh. Right now, Ganesh festival is going on, so we will see that everywhere is Ganesha. But this Devi has already sorry, this Devi is prayed in all the religions of Hindu. So Brahmanical, Buddhist, and Jains, as Manjari Bhalerao told a couple of days back. The main nature of Lakshmi is Lakshmi. Haji, hello. The Gajalakshmi is since past, and she's तो गजलक्ष्मी को हम सबसे पहला उसका लिटरेरी रेफरेंस देखते हैं, वो है ऋग्वेद के श्री सूक्ता में, जहां उसे उन्हें पद्मों के साथ बताया गया है। पद्मिनी जो लोटस के पास होती है, पद्म सीता जो कमल के अंदर रहती है, पद्म वर्णा जिनका रंग पद्म जैसा है, पद्म संभवा जो लोटस से आई है, और कभी कभी उसे पद्माक्षी भी कहते हैं, जिसकी आंखें भी कमल जैसी है। उनको वो बताया गया है कि लक्ष्मी इज कंसिडर्ड एज कॉन्फरर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी, रिचेस, स्प्लेंडर, फेम, long life and offspring. So Lakshmi is not a goddess. Goddess is a metaphor which has been later became a part as an idol. But she gives you all things, जिसको आज के दौर में इकोनॉमिक्स या डेवलपमेंट कहा जाता है। अब जब लक्ष्मी की बात होती है तो एक जगह ये दो इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है। जो एक है भैरुत स्तूपा का, जो अभी मिस्टर शिवांगी रेड्डी सर ने कहा कि जहां वो फर्स्ट समय दिखी, और दूसरा ये आंध्र प्रदेश में दिखी थी, जिसके सिल में उनको देखा गया था। सो दीज आर two places from where her first iconic representation you see her for the first time in iconically कि यहाँ पे गजलक्ष्मी है। उसके बाद उससे पहले होता on the name of which there is another island called as Scortia, and this is one of the great when we are working all around. So I have just tried to get 3 of them. I have many, but we'll put in the present sheet too. So now as we say the Gajalakshmi, she is composed of 2 words, Gaja, elephants, and Nagas, the clouds. So she was metamorphed with the clouds. जो बारिश की बरसात के क्लाउड होता है, उसकी भी एक स्टोरी है। अगर टाइम रहा प्रेजेंटेशन में तो I would tell about that Amarjal story, but if not, we will continue the presentation right now, and then in the end I will tell about this Gajalakshmi story too. So here you see she is with 1 elephant. Here you see with her 3 elephants, 2 elephants, and this is the one I am talking about. ये जो मंदिर है उज्जैन में है, जिसको गजलक्ष्मी मंदिर कहा जाता है, जहाँ गजलक्ष्मी माता की पूजा होती है, और उसमें गजलक्ष्मी का आप जो देखते हैं वो लेंटिल पे या ललित बिंब पे वैसी गजलक्ष्मी नहीं है, वो हाथी के ऊपर सवार है। So Gajalakshmi is with 1 elephant, 2 elephants, or more than 2 elephants. So we will see various images over here because we are just journeying Lakshmi. And with the popularity, it has caused the Silk Route also. So on every places of the Silk Route you will find Gajalakshmi, and it is also followed by various religions who were in a merchant community. So they were Jains, they were Buddhists, they were Hindus or Brahmanicals, whatever you say. And her journey continues over. So when she is presented with 1 elephant in various asanas. Here you can see in one of the paintings. Here you can see excellent. Here is in a woodwork with other gods, and here she is sitting. And you see the elephants are not annotating her, but elephants are on her side by side. So all over India, when you move around, you will find various icons of Gajalakshmi. So let's see some older. These are some seals which were found of Gajalakshmi. This is one in the Bihar Museum. This is Mathura Museum. This is in Los Angeles Museum, where she is standing in standing position. Now here we say all the murtis are in standing position, whether they are broken or not broken. But later on, sculpture, art, this slowly started make her in sitting position also in various asanas. And so these are all seals where the Gajalakshmi is standing. Even if you see Lakshmi in coins, I have included few Lakshmi coins because Gajalakshmi, if you say, without Lakshmi, we cannot move further for Gajalakshmi. So we have to include the coins of Lakshmi. So here we see various coins, how the Lakshmi has traveled on various coins. This is from Sri Lanka. This is one of the most famous coins of Azilius, on which Lakshmi is shown in standing position. So this was a combination of Indian and Greek god. So how long that has traveled, that which shows. These are the coins from Sri Lanka. This is from Sri Lanka. This I don't know which coin, but it's a Gajalakshmi coin. Some friends sent me. This is again from Sri Lanka. And this also a friend has sent me, but he hasn't given me the details. So some people who just collect and they are also in search of details of various things. So when we don't get information, it's not that we wouldn't know. And these are two coins of Lakshmi during the Gupta period. This is the same slide in Hindi. So here you see Lakshmi on a full bloom lotus. Here you see Lakshmi in a standing position. Here you see Lakshmi again annotated by elephant. On the coin is from someplace exactly. The name is also on the slide. You guys can see it. And this is a plate of Lakshmi. So it is not only she is on coins. You can find her on plate also. What is Lakshmi now? Or what is a Gaja Lakshmi? She has 5 things. She is energy. She is nature. She is grace. She is celebration, Kirti. She is success. And at the end, she is Maya, who creates and destroys. She also marks the sign of beauty, power, prosperity, luck. And she is not only the wife of Vishnu. In many places they say, oh, ये विष्णु की पत्नी है और ये उनका है. No, she of Shakti as a female. So it's the Shastras have balanced all the gods. They haven't given each one a single power. Like electron, any material has electrons and protons. And then only it can stay in the stable state. So to make this world in a stable stage, everybody was given concert, and all those concerts which are with you or with us are Lakshmis. Sometimes she is also represented with Purna Kumbha. Many times they don't draw a whole Lakshmi, but it is. Now here if you see this image, where is Gaj? You don't see Gaj. Here this is a very famous painting by a very famous artist Keshav sir. Here is Gaj. So she is with Gaja. She is with Kamdhanu. And here Lakshmi. So all this Prakriti, nature, Kirti, celebration, success, everything comes within these 3 things. Now many times in many papers it has been described that she is part of Ashtalakshmi. However, some scholars do opine that she is not part of Ashtalakshmi, but she is a separate. Ashtalakshmi concept was later came in. So if you see Ashtalakshmi, there are 8 forms of Lakshmi, means 8 different ways the Lakshmi can come to you. Adi Lakshmi, who creates. Sanatan Lakshmi, who gives you pregnancy, means who gives you birth. Shubha Lakshmi, who gives you well-being. Dhan, who gives you wealth. Now, wealth doesn't mean only money. We have to always keep in mind. She is not an ATM who gives out money. She gives you riches, energy, success, glory, and on all of top, if you get everything, she is Mahalakshmi. She survives you as a Mahalakshmi. Sometimes also in certain places I have seen in some of the panels that she is also presented with Sapta Matrukas and other Matrukas. But no, she has her own identity, where you can see here there are Matrukas or sometimes some 7 planets, but Lakshmi is put separately over here on the lentils or on the side. Gajalakshmis. Now this is on the mask. So whenever somebody is doing a dance, she is carrying Gajalakshmi on her head to show his kirti. Here Gajalakshmi is in a standing position. Here is another beautiful Lakshmi with 2 elephants. Here is a painting of Lakshmi. These are from different ages. All the murtis are from different ages. This is one from Kashi. I have a question for all the scholars. In Kashi, there is a temple called Mangala temple, where there is a Gajalakshmi. So if anybody goes to Kashi, please find that image for me. And she is not only like at a one stage, she was considered as the similar god. This is one. Here she is on one of the Gupta or Kausambi coin. Here is on lead coin of Sattavahana. This image is a beauty, very much beauty. And where is she found from? Where this image is found from? You will be surprised. This is in Bangladesh Museum. I have many, like couple of images from Bangladesh Museum too, but this is one of them. Many times she is shown with lions also. So here, if you see all of them, you will see all this have a lion on the side. And I think in the last seminar, somebody told long back that lions used to extend from Iran all the way up to West Bengal. So it's very important that this lion must have come into iconography of the sculptures. And they have united him. Gajalakshmi, this is a Gajalakshmi, and this is lion with her. Also, whatever the sculptures are found from Kashmir, you always see she is with lions. So why this happened, how this happened is again a question of research work. But her presence with lion is very well being established. Durga, she is also Sakti, but main thing is why Gajalakshmi formed with Durga. This is again a research question. So this is in one of the forts of Kalinjas. Here you can see lion clearly on her side. Most of people say Gajalakshmi is compared with Kirti. Sorry guys. Gajalakshmi is compared with Kirti. Shit. 1 second. My slide are running up, okay? My mouse is not giving me good. To most, the Gajalakshmi is used to be with a comparison of Kirti. Kirti is when you win a war, and when you are victorious, you get Kirti. So this Kirti sculpture the king started making her as a Kirti sculpture, and later on they also put her over in the temples. So we notice Gajalakshmi in various places, not at one place. In the temple sanctum, where we pray, on the Lalit beams of the temple, on the walls of temple, in the niches of the temple. But mostly nowadays, later stage, it became that she was always worshipped on Lalit Bimba only. And many temples of the South Indian, you will see that when you move around the temples, it's almost like so many Gajalakshmis all over on all the niches and Lalit Bimbs. So the state of South India, I don't know what happened in North India and why the Gajalakshmi is sculpture diminished in that area. But if we think she is existing in southern temples, there should be some that it must be existing in northern temples too. But due to so many attacks and plain structure, the plain Gangetic plain structure, those may have gone with it, and easily available statues may have been broken. I don't know, but we will see. It's also a question of research. So in the South India, even in temples, even in houses, also they have a Gajalakshmi. Here you see it's in one of the houses. This is palace. This is a house. This is again a palace. This is from Kashmir. This is from Cambodia. Gajalakshmi in Sri Lanka. This is on a small pillar, very small pillar. It may be 2.5 centimeter size. This one is in Seychelles Island, where the Indians have carried their culture down. This is again in one in Mathura Museum, where she is in standing position. And it has been used by Jain sculptures also. It's not that only Hindus, Brahminical sculptures used her, but also Jains used her very much. And also Buddhists use them. So she is power. Then she represents values. She also represents values. Was affluence, development, fame, victory, and sovereignty. जैसे आज भी किसी के पास बहुत पैसा है और बहुत स्थापित आदमी होगा तो बोलेंगे लक्ष्मी जी की इनके ऊपर कृपा है या गजलक्ष्मी की कृपा है इनके ऊपर. बाद में गजलक्ष्मी वर्ड निकल गया, लेकिन लक्ष्मी साथ में रही है. And it's over the centuries. Nowadays we carry mobiles and gods with us. Back in those days, the travelers, the merchants, the seafaring communities, they did not have. So they used to carry this kind of small Lakshmis made of terracotta. And they will pray every day to her. So this is a very small, hardly it's like 2 centimeter object. Even in the slide also it's not that big. So this is one of the images. This is on the temple. This is cut in the wood. Here are some famous ones. Let me see. This is one terracotta found from Uttar Pradesh, and it is in the Los Angeles Museum. This is again terracotta from Chandraketu Gruhi. This is in Kathmandu. So Gajalakshmi sculpture was already in Nepal too, and Nepal was part of India. We should not forget. That's why I have taken my topic as a span over pan India. Because always we see the current India, we don't see the previous India. So this is a part of the pan Indian culture. And she is on various temples. So this is on the various temples of various places. This is on one of the houses. I already told you guys that it's on not only in palace, but she's in the houses too. So here she's in temple. Most of them are on the Lalit beam. This is from Surya Temple in Kutch, Gujarat. This is in a house in Morbi. This is again in one of the temples. The god is different, but still Gajalakshmi is on the top of him. The temple may be Shiva temple may be Vishnu temple, or any, but the top is Gajalakshmi. This is one temple in Orissa too. Here we can see various Gajalakshmi. Now here, as I said, that she is found in sanctum. So in various temples in Tamil Nadu, if you travel, in most of the temples you will find her as a separate shrine. And many friends, when I ask for the pictures from different temples, they say that according to the agamas, they cannot take photographs at many places. So from some places where they can take the photo, all the temples. So this is from Tamil Nadu. This is again from Tamil Nadu. This is Meenakshi Mandir. This is somewhere in Tamil Nadu. Temple looks very old, but the Lakshmi image is little, but it's very good. This is from Orissa. And she's in the axis of the Surya Ratha. So as I said, she's a very important deity. very important deity. She is also found in various places like Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and every place, every state in India, you will find at least one. Only thing I have not found is from Punjab, but I would suggest any person who is listening to my lecture, if they find any Gajalakshmi in Punjab area, please share it to me. So she has traveled into various regions of India, like, and with the seafaring communities, as I said, she has traveled all the way up to Vietnam, Champa, Bangkok, Thailand. She is also a part of this is a not a new design, okay? This is some tribal dress, and these are all from tribal ones. So people also used to wear her when they used to move to do the darshan in the morning. They used to wear the pendants or ear something on the ears and keep. She is also now you will also find with the development of temples in Western world like Africa, Europe, North America, Jamaica, South America, where we have various communities. They also started putting Gajalakshmi, and they are building temples like our Indian temples. This is in one of the temples in United States. So as I said that Gajalakshmi has traveled from on various places, from Mathura, Vidisha, again Mathura, Northwest. This is one of the coins in the Northwest. This is a Gajalakshmi which has been little bit broken with the time, and this is the temple in Pakistan. Here also, I think, as I dotted down or I jotted down that some of the people who moved from the Pakistan after 1947, this or during before that, when there were trade links going on with Dwarka and other places, they used to build the houses with Gajalakshmi. So my conjecture is that her presence was also in that area too. Let's see and do a research, and we will find some of the presence. This is again from the Kashmir with one lion. Maybe you may find some murtis have been repeated. Sometimes, as I said, that she is just not shown as a Lakshmi, but she is also shown as some symbols. The lotus symbol of Lakshmi being prayed in Bengal folk. Has become the part of folk art too. These are some beautiful collections shared by Dr. Srinivasan to me. These are all from Northwest Sales. So this is Abhishek Lakshmi from Northwest Kushana period. It's from Kushan period. This is again Abhishek Lakshmi from Kushan period, which was shared by Dr. Srinivasan, and this is in collection of this guy Aman ur Rahman collection. So this is basically Afghanistan area. It's most of the sales are from Afghanistan and beyond, all of them. So from Northwest, let's come down again, and they are found all the way up to Southeast coast. All the eastern coast states, starting from Bengal, Orissa, are rich with Gajalakshmis. And even the western coast also, if you go in certain all Goa, Sayadri, and further down. So she is not, most of the places she is represented is not only on lentil, but she is as a separate been broken later on a later like, concept and just put in the temples. This is also the similar object. Or second, my conjecture is this in the Western world. If we go to in Maharashtra, she is found in various caves, Bita caves, Yana caves, Aurangabad caves. This is the part of this Beta cave, Alora. In eastern Orissa also, I think she is also found in one of the caves. I'm forgetting the name of the cave, but there is a very famous. I may have a picture in this one of this.
Udayagiri,
Now,
Udayagiri, sir.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Udayagiri caves. Thank you, sir. It's very early morning, sir. Some points may be got away. And I said before also, Ujjaini is a temple, and Ujjaini also had coins of Gajalakshmi too. So you can see where his presence is. So from Ujjain, and we also should think of in the past that Ujjain was very near to Sanchi. It's not that far. So when we are putting up the miles, we have to understand these things also. So here she is found in various temples of Orissa. The beauty in Orissa is always most of the places, the lotus is shown on her left hand, whereas in the western side, the lotus is shown on the right hand, this side. I will show you some images, and I would say these are my observations. It's not anything like research, but what I observed. Here you can see that elephant is picking up the water and annotating her. Now she is also found in Kashmir, Himachal Valley, Rajasthan. Hello? Somebody's mic is on. Can you please mute it, please? This is from West Bengal. This is in Himachal Pradesh, as I said. This is Assam. This is again Orissa. This is in the Madhya Pradesh and Odisha area. This is a very important sculpture of Gajalakshmi, and this also has a big story. It's from Amjara, Rajasthan, and this sculpture has Krishna and Balrama as their attendants to Lakshmi. So here these are some of the sculptures from Rajasthan of various eras. This sculpture has a big story. I went to India this year, and I was moving around in Udaipur near one of the vows. Suddenly, like something was pressing me to go down. I said, "Let me go down." When I went down, on the lintel, I saw this image. And that vow, nobody visits that vow. Nobody goes inside that vow. So even in the walls of Pratihara temple, or in the temple of Kalinga, or in the Rajasthan, or even she is also depicted on Vijayastambha of Chittor. So she is a Kirit Lakshmi. Again, a proof of her giving us a Kirti or Kirti. And I believe one of the priests, when I went to this Balaji temple in United States, when I asked Gajalakshmi, he said, "No, this is Kirti Lakshmi, and take the picture of Kirti Lakshmi." So I'm not sure in Tamil region, or they may tell her as a Kirti Lakshmi too. I have to find about that exactly. This is in Bundi. This Bundi sculpture, I would say more details in a later slide. Here are some old from Sattavahana time. This is a cosmetic tray. You see, this is on the tray, and this is how you use it. This is also on the tray which has traveled all the way to Southeast Asia. Here she is on the niche of the temple. So it's not that she's only on one object like Lalit beam or wall. She is also used on the objects which you are using, like a trays. Coming on the Sahyadri region, Vidisha, Vidarbha, and Maharashtra section. These are few from those areas. Sahyadri, Konkan. These are all from Konkan areas, and every this end. So this is, we are in the state of Maharashtra. This is again from West Bengal. This is a murti in West Bengal. So beautiful, 2.5 inch, 2.5 centimeter, or 2 inch. I'm not sure. He didn't mention me the dimension, but this is it. This is in one of the palaces in Jaisalmer. Is a private house, and here you see Lakshmi sitting on lotus, elephants annotating. Here, Gajalakshmi is carrying Surya annotating. So that's why I said it. She is also shown with sun. Look at these two sculptures, two different regions, but sculpture really almost same. This is Telangana, this is Chhattisgarh. So sculptures used to travel, and they also used to carry their cultures. Most of is similar. I'm not saying the same. See the annotating elephants. See the kumbh from where it's annotating. See the asana of the Lakshmi. Only here you see two flowers, and here you see some decorative stuff over here. That's the difference. Here are some bronzes of Lakshmi. This is with 4 elephants, one elephant, one elephant, two elephants. So she has also been deposited in bronzes also, and bronzes have also traveled as Vigra with various people. This Gajalakshmi is a protector stone, and she's lying under the dam. When summer comes, she is only available when the summer comes up. During rainy season, she again goes back inside the dam catchment area. Here you see she's on the tank. I have beautiful on the tank also 2 or 3 Lakshmis, but I cannot cover everything in the slides. So this is on the tank. This is in the Cochin temple as a Kirit Lakshmi. Again in the lentil, because in Kerala the temples are built of wood. So this is on one of them. This is he is using kolam, and this is also a sculpture from Bidmal. This is our Kuldevi Lakshmi. So I am not going to. Here we see these are from Pratihara time. See the change of lotus, as I said. This is in one of the sun temples in a Jhalore area. I don't have the exact image. I tried to get from people, but I don't. But this I found from internet some in one of the articles in J Store. So this is one of them. So you see the lotus is on the right. This is from Chittor Fort. This is in Ocean Temple. Now you see how they moved them to the lotus. Sometimes the sculptures made elephant as an attendance, but on the later stage, they use the lotus, and they use lotus as a pedestal for the elephants. But in basic sculpture, if you see, elephants are never put on the lotus. But in Orissa, if you see on the Puri image, you will see lotus. And now compare, this is in Rajasthan, western part of Gajalakshmi on the Puri temple, which is almost eastern section of India. Both have lotus in the hand. Elephants are used as a pedestal. This is in one of the ornaments which is offered to the. This ornament is taken only once in a year and offered to God. This is from Chhattisgarh. This is one of my friend Om Soni gave it to me. Now this is the sculpture I was talking about. This is from Bundi. If you see any Gajalakshmi in the Bundi area, you will see that she is always playing with hairs, and while the elephants are annotating. A very interesting story is called Amarjal story, or myth connected to her, and that also relates to Vindhyavasini Mata too. So here there are 8 if you count is more than 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8. So Gajalakshmi is almost on 8 elephants, with 8 elephants. Shri Yantra, and she is playing with her hair. Here the elephants are annotating. These are from this is from Chhattisgarh. This is a bit before that region. Why I have tried to combine all these different places together so that we can know that how iconography was related to each other. So these are from the similar areas, the murtis from similar, and some murtis I have taken from different regions on the slide also, to give you the idea that on the different side how the sculptures took the iconography from one region to other region and put their variations in it. So these are two from Chhattisgarh. This is from Vidisha area, I think. These are from some museums, but here Gajalakshmi is shown with various different gods. There is one in Mathura Museum too, where all the gods, and secondly, all the idols have a similar. A very important thing is when all the gods have a similar height, their nature or their power is almost same line. No one is upper to each, or no one is lower to the god. So considering that all the gods are of the same level, these idols I have tried to collect and put all them together. This is from one of the papers by Dr. Gerard Mavison and his colleague. So all the images I have taken and compared over here. This image is called Khandeshwari image. Now this is in some tribal area of Assam or West Bengal. Now here is a different thing. Here they offer goddess what you call as Bali or some other stuff. Again, this is a tribal art from Chhattisgarh. Gajalakshmi with only one elephant annotating Gajalakshmi. See, this is no sculpture has done it. It has just traveled from generation to generation to generation to some of the tribal people. Here you can see that he has also shown British Army moving around. So you can say that this is not a very old image. It's after British era image. Agricultural stuff. Basically, Lakshmi is also connected with agriculture. We have to keep in mind. This world survives on development of agriculture. If a factory breaks down, you can reconstruct. But you cannot reconstruct a factory. So always keep in mind that point. The opening the factory is not a development. Development is making agriculture rich. Here this is in one of the columns by Meenakshi Devraj. She's an IT tech, and she's also associated with many organizations. Very simple Lakshmi in one of the temples. But look the beauty of the artists. We always have to look at the beauty of the art. Is it again in the part somewhere in the southern part of India? Second thing I would tell you is I haven't taken any known and famous images in my presentation. You will see. There is no from except couple of them who are landmarks in the Lakshmi study. I have tried to show you all the images of Gajalakshmi which are not known or which are unknown to the people. This is from Assam. Gajalakshmi from Assam. Here, this is the Gajalakshmi again. But here you don't see she is being annotated by elephants. But she is being charmed by elephants. You know, इसको charmers बोलते हैं, जिसको हवा डालते हैं ना भगवान को, वो कर रहे हैं. This is in somewhere in near Porbandar area. This is an important slide what I was talking about. So these are the people who have been migrated, or they had their trade connection from Karachi to Dwarka, and they built this house, and they built this something like a cheti houses in Tamil Nadu or in the southern part, where they always have a Gajalakshmi, which we saw earlier. So these people have moved from Karachi down, and they are, I think, I don't know their genes, but they have moved from Pakistan or that area, and they had a beautiful trade from Pakistan. So a very promptly we can say that this connection is there in Pakistan. Only thing is we have to find some ancient ones from there. I could find like later ages, but I haven't found any ancient from this region. So that is my quest going on right now, to find one of the at least images. And here, if you see this house, you will see the Lakshmi is, Gajalakshmi is at top and Lakshmi is in the bottom. The whole page. So with that, we have to talk. It's not only just the artisan has made art, but they have made the levels also. They have shown the levels, that who is on the top or what god you were, and what is the at the lower end. This is a digital art. So it's not that she was only in ancient. This is somebody has done in digital art, and this is somebody has done on the walls as a fresco. So compare both. Here we see Gajalakshmi prayed as a Kolhapur Mahalakshmi. This is on one of the hero stone. So it is not that they just built on the leches or temples or everything, but it was also made on hero stones, because you can easily see this small images which tell that this is a hero stone. This is somewhere near the tree. So here she is as a protected deity. Again, one of this I had already shown in black and white, but this is the color image of the same. All the gods same size. Gajalakshmi anointed by elephant, Kartikeya and Ganesha. This is from Tamil Nadu. Look at the asan. Most of the Gajalakshmis, if you go in the Tamil Nadu region, you will find in this asana mode. Not like this. Whereas here in the western Rajasthan and other side, this is one from Alwar. So here you see the asanas, and here you see the difference of asanas. So iconography also you have to compare when you move around. Sir, thank you. I already told before the presentation that I don't know various asanas or something of Indology. So I would just, but what are the observations I will keep in mind, sir. Thank you. So this is Utkutasana over here. Here we again see Gajalakshmi. Now this, if you see the image, you will see it is not on lentil. It is like this way, the lentil is there, and it is over this area. This is again in Kerala, top. This is max I could do, otherwise the picture is getting blurred. So this is the max I could get from that picture. This is in one of the bows in Rajasthan, in Udaipur area. This is in one of the chariot. Chariot. This is the second. Here you see only two hands again. Never a Gajalakshmi. At later some stage they started showing in with her four hands. But if Gajalakshmi has a power or she is independent, she always has. She is more. She is independent. And if she has four ends, she is not independent. That's what they say. I haven't gone much in the iconographical key also. So if any mistake, please correct. This is again a Gajalakshmi, some from Bundi area. Again, you see, yes.
She is sitting in Siddhasana, the last slide.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this is Siddhasana. Here you see is in Bundi. Again, you see this. There's a beauty in Bundi. Even if you see any paintings from of Bundi art of Gajalakshmi, you will find that she is always playing with her hair and the water is flowing. We'll come to that story also if we have a time. मिश्रा जी मुझे बता देना अगर टाइम है कि नहीं है सर प्लीज. With 2 hairs. Yes
सर. जवेरी सर.
हाँ बोलिए.
एक लेक्चर और है अभी आपके बाद मैडम का, तो हाँ नहीं तो इसको आप अभी बता लीजिए, 10 मिनट में आप कंक्लूड कर दीजिए.
हाँ वो तो कंक्लूड हो जाएगा, उसके
हो
बाद
जाएगा?
टाइम है कि नहीं हो. हाँ हो जाएगा सर. So here she is.
हाँ 10-15 मिनट में फिर मैडम का लेक्चर होगा. अभी एक लेक्चर.
श्योर सर, इसीलिए मैंने पूछा आपसे. So these are some Gajalakshmi Kesava sir has studied and painted. So see now this is what I said, that the Gajalakshmi in southern state is at brim. Anywhere, maybe on temple niches as a protector Devi, as a separate goddess spirit. These are all in Jain temples or in Buddhist. You will find her. Here this is, see these 3 sculptures I will show you in the next slide. I don't want to, as Mr. Sir said, there is another lecture coming in, so we will take the process of time. So here you see this Gajalakshmi. This is again a protector deity. This is on the wall. This is on the wooden bracket. I would ask all the participants to see these Gajalakshmis of different era. This is on one of the very famous something picture. It's called a picture, and that has traveled all the way to Denmark. And here you see the Gajalakshmi. And you see the elephants. See the elephants. Surprisingly, astonishingly.
Like horses.
Yes.
Like horses.
Yes, they are like horses. And second, these elephants also, sir. This is the like a hybrid animal, showing the teeth, tusk, carnivorous, everything. So these 2 pictures really surprised me. And the age is different from stone age to on a wooden panel in the state of Gujarat. How this has traveled? Again, a research question. Here she is on various hero stones and also on inscriptions. Again on a wooden panel. So this is the Gajalakshmi on wooden panel. Now, before concluding what I was saying about the Gajalakshmi story in Bundi, it is said that long back there was a very much big drought on the earth, or a famine on earth. So Lakshmi went for prayers and did a penance. So when she did a penance on her as in form of rain, and that rain is called now Amar Jal. जो मरता नहीं है वो पानी, उसको अमर बोलते हैं. और पानी ये चीज है जो मरती नहीं है. हमारे 75% अर्थ में पानी है, लेकिन जो पीने लायक पानी है वो उसका 1% ही है जो हमारे 75%. तो वो पानी का अमर क्यों हो गया? क्योंकि वो लक्ष्मी को एनोनेट करके हमको पीने को मिलता है. और उस जगह से 2 नदियां बही थी, एक चंबल और एक यमुना. तो विंध्याचल का जो त्रिकोण है जहाँ 3 देव है, Vindhyavasini Mata, Kali Mata, and Saraswati. Basically, that was a Mahalakshmi who had penance there. And that story is very implanted in in Bundi area. So anytime you find any Gajalakshmi from Bundi, you will see that she is always playing with her hair, and the two rivers are flowing from her hair. Now, in the conclusion, is my special thanks to the organizers and the team, and a big thank you to Skand Mishra sir who gave me this opportunity to present this paper. And at the end, I would be dedicating this to my brother. Actually, this was made for my brother who recently passed in month of March, and on his anniversary, I was going to present for some at another other place, but unfortunately, I could not present. So this is dedicated to my brother Virendra Javeri, who has passed in for some passed in last on March. So praying to him, I would be concluding my session. If you have anything, I have this my Gajalakshmi page where you guys can visit and see various images of Lakshmi. And if anybody has any kind of Lakshmi, you can post on this page or send it to me. My email and other stuff is email and other is available to you. And Mishra sir also has it. This is Gajalakshmi in my city, Vadodara. This image also has a big story, but due to the time restriction, I won't tell anything more. Last but not the least, this image from Amzara is very close to my heart. Very much close to my heart because this is the goddess who came to my mother and asked her to find her. That I would discuss sometimes in another presentation. But she was stayed in heart, and later on, right now they have built a small temple over there. This is a Gajalakshmi from Chittor. Even in the Chittor fort, there are almost like 8 to 10 sculptures of Gajalakshmi, and 4 sculptures of them are on the Vijayastam too. Why I'm almost emphasizing Chittor and Rajasthan, because my roots belong to the state of Rajasthan. So I always will be. Rajasthan is also close to my heart.
Kindly close your mic.
Gujarat.
Siva sir, kindly close your mic. It is interrupting us. Siva sir, please mute your volume. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sorry, I would just repeat the 3 slides which you guys have missed it. So this is dedicated to my brother Virendra Javeri, who passed in March. The presentation is dedicated to him. And this, I am talking about this Gajalakshmi. So this is the one which my mother had dreamt, and so with this I conclude my session. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently. I have tried to get as many Gajalakshmi as I could with this next 40 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sir, Mishra sir. Hello.
जी सर बोलिए.
Sir, can I offer my concluding remarks, sir?
Sure, sir.
Yes. Now, I would like to actually congratulate and thank Javeri sir for giving us what you call his topic is also very interesting. He justified. He also took us on a virtual tour to the Alvar, etc. And including, he dealt on varieties of media of Gajalakshmi. And for me, it is exactly a new thing that I come across, that 8 Gajalakshmis, that Ashta Gaja Lakshmi. Lakshmi with Ashtagaja, 8 Gajas, is a very rare phenomenon. And again, Gajalakshmi accompanied by Ganesha and Kartikeya is also a new thing that we come across in regular iconographical details in other contexts also. But at one place, we have put across all the information. And my request to Javeri sir is, why can't you kindly bring out a monograph on Gajalakshmi, and your name will, what we call, become Gajalakshmi Alkesh Javeriji hereafter. You made a wonderful, wonderful presentation, sir. I
Thank you, sir.
congratulate
Thank you,
you
sir.
once again. I congratulate you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. A brief intro of Alkesh Javeri and your views.
Sure. Alkesh, due to certain problems, your introduction was not given, so I am giving after your beautiful presentation has taken place. So, Mr. Alkesh Javeri, by education and profession, is not an archaeologist. He did his postgraduate diploma in human resource development from Maharaj MS University Baroda, and he has done Master of Science in Statistics, Operation Research, and Computer Programming from Sayaji University, Baroda, and he has been working in different professions in USA. But out of his love for India and for especially for Gajalakshmi, he has collected uh, so many images wherever possible, and taken us on tours of Gajalakshmi through the India and abroad. And it has been a very wonderful showcasing of Gajalakshmi in various forms. And I would simply like to say that although the Gajalakshmi perhaps originated somewhere in the Buddhist context, so far as iconographic form is concerned, because we find earliest Gajalakshmi in Bharat context, in the Buddhist context, and then in Sachi and various others. But as Maya, the Lakshmi, the money, wealth has got no religion, so the Gajalakshmi also has traveled, has been accepted in all the religions in India, be it Buddhism, Brahmanism, Jainism, and later on, and in different format, it continued, and it still continues to bless us with wealth of grace, property, and all kinds of wealth that we require for our survival. So, Alkesh, very, many thanks for you for bringing us to the through the journey for taking us through the journey in India, throughout India and abroad on the Gajalakshmi trail. That was wonderful seeing all the things. I would only add to what Dr. Shiv Nagi Reddy has said, that you bring out a monograph on Gajalakshmi so that thereafter, if your presentation would have been on although it was, but the place names and dates, others that could have generated, that could have given us more information to all our audience and scholars alike. Uh, Nonetheless, it was a wonderful presentation, and thank you very much.
Sir, I would say this is all taken from the time of which I come
Thank
after
you,
my
sir.
work. I work
Many
in
thanks.
USA almost like 8 to 9 hours a day. And
I,
then
I, I,
right
we
now
understand, and
also,
that
last
is
night
very
I
commendable of
worked
you.
last night I worked till 12 o'clock, and today at 5, it's around 6 a.m. I'm again presenting. Getting up
Yep.
at 4 o'clock, going to
Yes,
you
we
working as
appreciate
a
your effort. We appreciate your effort a
driver.
lot.
So what happens is a time constraint is there, and second thing
Right.
is the certain information is not easily available in this country. Anything
you.
regarding India, if I want to know, I may have to go to either New York or in the college or libraries, which I'm not entitled. I have to pay for that. Even if
Yeah.
you want to get a small monograph from JSTOR, you have to pay $50, $60 a month. so that you can access to those libraries. So whatever I get from various places or from net, I use it and I try to. And this chronology idea is still in my mind, but the issue is I am not that expert who can make this. So I need a special support from the scholars and experts who can help me to do this.
Definitely, we all are ready to help you out in this. And Dr. Shivnagi Reddy is here, who is a great Sthapati and has been
Yeah, he is the one who had inspired me to talk.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mr. Akhilesh Javeri, sir, for giving nice talk, and Dr. Shiv Nagi Reddy and Dr. Bhuvan Vikarma, sir, for giving time for the session. Uh, Thank you, sir. Now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. Mary Josephine, Principal, St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur, Tamil Nadu. Chairperson, Dr. Vidyanath Jha, Professor Botany, CM Science College, Darbhanga, Bihar. Welcome, sir. Welcome, madam. Please. I am requesting to Dr. Jha, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Mary Josephine. Dr. Jha sahab, hello.
Hello.
हाँ, झा साहब, डॉक्टर विद्यानाथ झा, मैं मैडम आप शुरू करिए टॉक, मैं झा साहब को फोन करता हूँ. यू स्टार्ट योर टॉक.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, now it's live.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, it is visible.
Start, madam. Start
Dr.
your
Sahab.
talk.
Very pleasant.
Dr. Sahab.
हाँ, झा साहब, हाँ सर, प्लीज give already biodata. You have biodata of Madam Josephine?
No. Please send it. Please send it to me, his biodata. Tomorrow or day after? Tomorrow or day after?
नहीं, tomorrow.
कल या कल के बाद.
Yesterday, I am sir. Yesterday night, sir.
Yesterday I called you. So tomorrow I shall be presiding over a session. Tomorrow you have managed it.
Please check your WhatsApp, sir.
Acha, yes. You have sent it. You have sent the details. Okay. I am checking it. You send tomorrow. Okay. ठीक है. ठीक है. Yesterday कहे छी yesterday. अरे काल तो हम कहबे के लिए साथ में yesterday कर रहल छी. तो प्रोग्राम के अच्छी करे के छै.
कौन चला? उनके क्लास में
अब इसको एडमिशन करते हैं. देखिए तो हमारे प्रोग्राम का कौन हैं. हेलो, हम चेक कर लेते हैं.
हाँ सर,
चेक कर लेते हैं, फिर बात करते हैं आपसे.
अच्छा.
ठीक है.
मैडम का टॉक शुरू करवा दें, बाद में हो जाएगा ये.
Hello, sir. Shall I start? Shall I start, sir?
Yes.
Very pleasant evening.
After your talk, Dr. Jha, present your introduction. Yes. Please start.
Very pleasant evening to all. First of all, I thank Dr. Mishra for giving this wonderful opportunity and selecting some innovative topics and collecting all people from different discipline. And he paved the new innovative ideas and syllabus to introduce in other universities. I feel all these topics are a valuable topic and very informative also. Thank you for giving such an opportunity. I'm going to present the Babylonian. In Babylonia, nowadays all are talking about vertical garden, terrace garden, herbal garden, kitchen garden, hydroponics, and all those things. But those days itself, they initiated the terrace garden with a different habitat of plants and different herbs, shrubs, trees, and climbers was grown in the ancient period. So that shows this is not new, and we are just modernizing the technology and other things. Nowadays, all are going for vertical garden and terrace garden with different types of irrigation, with hydroponics like that. With this introduction, I tell you what are the flora and fauna that is seen in the Babylonian period. Hanging garden is very interesting, and that covers all sorts of plants and different habits and habitats. It's like a urban forest. It's like a terrace garden. So the hanging gardens of Babylon were one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Bonds, but even then, still the buildings are strong. That's why we are able to study about the culture and what are the flora, fauna, different culture, the artistic skills, and the civil engineers, the constructions. We are able to do research on this area. The gardens featured blossoming flowers and ripened fruits, bubbling waterfalls, and terraces. Based on Babylonian literature, tradition, and the environmental characteristics of the area, some of the following plants may have been found in the gardens. So, olive tree is a common almost all Asian countries, and Sidonia oblonga, that is common name is called quince, and apple, the common pears, the Pyrus communis, that is the apricot, and the fig, Ficus cornica. Almond is common in those Babylonian garden, Prunus dulcis, and common grapevine, the Vitis vinifera, this is also common, and date palm, Phoenix dactylifera, is a common, commonly grown in desert in very hottest place, and some plants which are grow only in like pear, all these plants, olive, all these in hottest and cold, extreme cold, they grow well. And Tamarix ephylla and Atlas majestic Pistacia atlantica, these are the common plants observed in the Babylonian garden. Types of ancient plants that were tradition found in Assyrian garden. So this is Ficus carica. This is native to the Middle East and Western Asia. The common fig. It's nowadays all are using dried fig. It's very good for health. But those days itself, they started eating that fig was one of the first plants to be cultivated by human. It's very interesting due to the common thought that it has that it increased strength and speed. So this fig is very important because the athletics they because of scientific proof that gives the most strength and speed for the athletics. So this almond is called a botanical name Prunus dulcis, is a wild almond have been found at archaeological sites in Greece dating back to 3000 BC. Nomadic tribes in the Middle East mixed ground almonds with dates and pistachio and sesame It's very good for health, and breadcrumbs to make a portable and calorie dense food to take on the journeys, because normally while travel we used to take very lightweight luggages, but these food items is very easy to carry, but at the same time they are with a high calorific value, and dense food take they used to take. Grape wine is common because they used to prepare homemade wine those days. Vines of grapes were symbols of fertility and wealth across the ancient world. So, most modern grapes are descendants of a species that originated in Iran around 2000 BC. So, wine is common. The botanical name is called Vitis vinifera. So olive is very common. We are using here sunflower oil and coconut oil, these oils, groundnut oil. But in those countries, they are commonly used oil for cooking purposes, olive oil, and was a staple in the ancient world. The earliest records of the olive oil trade date to 2000 to 3000 BC. These olive trees can live up to 1,000 years. Imagine it has a long life with a minimal cultivation in harsh desert condition that many other fruit-bearing plants cannot tolerate. So I observed when we visited the Rome, Italy, Spain, the common tree, like here we are finding the neem tree, but in those countries, this olive tree is very common. It's like a Rutaceae member, and with it has a very thick leaf, and the tree is very short and stout, and the fruits also very hard. So the pulp is also hard. Everything is hard. So the tree is very attractive and bushy with a thick leathery leaves. So throughout Rome and Italy, we observed those trees. And then this quince, this called as Cydonia oblonga, is a native to Middle East. In mythology, it is often referred to as golden apple, and is widely thought to be the fruit that Hercules is tasked with stealing from the garden of the Hesperides as one of his 12 labors. So next, coming to pear fruit, this is called Pyrus communis. Pyrus malacis is different. This is called Pyrus communis. So modern Europe pear does not occur naturally. It is a mix of wild progenitors that have been cultivated and hybridized since around 1000 BC. In Homer's The Odyssey, the pear is mentioned as a gift from the god. So that is the value of the food, because it's a gift from the god. They, so bubbling in animal symbols. So not only animal symbols were there, because anybody now all are talking about urban, that is the Miyawaki. So that in case the local climatic condition, the litter falls that form mulching, and it's a menu, so there is no need of any application of any additional fertilizer. The soil become fertile, and that helps in support many weeds and other plants. It's typical forest, typical urban forest. So same way that forest attract the birds, animals, butterflies, bees, and squirrels. So many animals, wild animals also. It's a very good setup. Because of that in case the local climatic condition that gives very good rain, and helps in changing the climatic condition also. So all are talking about when barren lands, they are going for this type of Miyawaki forest that supports the wild animals who are in endanger also, we can get it back because of that. So the three animals processional way at Babylon embody multiple layers of meaning, but are associated with the specific deities, and all possesses apotropia qualities. The lion is the symbol of Babylon. The bull of the heaven is a constellation we call Taurus. So the dragon, the symbol of god Marduk, who was the patron of King Babylon. So these are the symbols that found on the wall. The lion is one of the prominent monuments in Babylon, measuring 2.6 meters long and 11.9 meters in height. The lion remains in place, although many other features of the ancient city heritages, such as Historic Gate, now at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, have been removed and are on view in museums. Nowadays, you can see everything in the museum, in all these archaeological resources. Many we have to renovate and we have to get it back, our culture, so that the coming future generation also they learn about all these things. The bull of heaven is Babylon. So the bull represents a constellation we call Taurus. He is controlled by the sky. The bull of heaven appears in of Gilgamesh. After Gilgamesh upsets the goddess Ishtar, she convinces her father Anu to send the bull of heaven to earth to destroy the crops and kill people. So this is the story about that. The Babylon. It is a creature from ancient Mesopotamian mythology. So the mythology, Mesopotamian civilization, everything we know, a mythological hybrid. It is a scaly animal with legs, hind legs resembling the eagle, lion-like forelimbs, a long neck and a tail, a snake-like tongue and a crest. The most famously appears on the reconstructed historic gate of the city of Babylon, dating to the 6th century BCE. So this is about the flora and fauna found in the Babylon. It's a very good collection. So we have people, youngsters, you can take up a project on this and you can introduce a new paper about this. So it's a very interesting and we can also try such kind of setup, that hanging garden. It's very interesting that cool the entire building, the setup, the irrigation, the path, everything is properly constructed in the Babylonia. So there's a very interesting, and the irrigation system also very good. And the soil they maintain, the different stories, like different state that includes all types of habits like trees, shrubs, vines, and resembling large. It's like a large green mountain. That's all. So I had to conclude this session, and it's very interesting. I had to thank Mr. Sir for giving this wonderful opportunity. And in the beginning, I asked Sir, last time also I presented the wetland ecosystem, and I started collecting information about our, including Aswatham temple we visited in Delhi. So it's a very interesting, but they won't allow to take the camera inside. But we observed many trees, different type of trees, animals, especially throughout from the entry until we reach the temple, full of elephants in queues and elephants in crowd and separate elephant and the elephant worshipping the Lord. And so all these are very interesting. One such example I observed in Aswatham temple. Thank you, sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Dr. Jha, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I'm hearing you.
Dr. Jha, please. No, I am calling to Dr. Jha, Vidya Jha, sir. Chairperson of the session. Hello, Jha साहब. Jha साहब, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ बोलिए.
हाँ सर.
अभी चेयर करना है. हाँ अभी चेयर करना है.
हाँ नहीं, चेयर तो
डिटेल
मैडम का हो गया. लेक्चर
अच्छा.
हुआ, अभी लेक्चर हो गया ना मैडम का.
अच्छा.
उनका इंट्रो आपको हमने भेजा है.
नहीं वो मुझे मिला नहीं. वो मुझे मिला नहीं. है ना, थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन गैप हो गया. यस, आई हैव टू समराइज.
हाँ,
आई हैव टू समराइज, यही ना. Yes, I, I, is it so? ये मुझे summarize करना है ना?
हाँ, yes, yes.
हाँ, ये this was a great honor to
हाँ,
preside over the this was a great honor to preside over the program, the lecture, the presentation delivered by the talker. It was a nice one, quite comprehensive, and I think Dr. Skand Mishra, the task that he has taken up is a brilliant one. I think it is an example for the scientists and other fields, individuals working in other fields to look into the whole exercise that he's conducting, and it is a fruitful one. I wish the program all success, and I also congratulate the talker. Thank you. Yes, there is silence.
हाँ, yes, मैं बायोडाटा
हाँ.
Dr. Miss R. Mary Josephine, Principal, St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur. MSc from Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore. MPhil, Bhartiyar University, Coimbatore. PhD from Bhartiyar University, Coimbatore. And PGDCA, Bhartiyar University, Coimbatore. Nature Science Foundation Board of Director and Lead Auditor Advisor, Binjana, Bharati State Science Council member. Chaired many sessions. Project completed UGC minor project titled A Study on Wetland Ecosystem for Residents and Migrant Bird Communities at Perur Lake, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Student was तो और इसके साथ ही मैडम first as a professor working as a professor Coimbatore, now presently he is principal St. Joseph College for Women, Tirupur.
Okay.
So
Nice, very nice.
of Madam Dr. Mary Josephine. Thank you, Madam. Madam. Hello.
Yes, sir.
If you present some यदि मैटर आपके पास और ज्यादा है तो आप थोड़ा बहुत बोल सकती हैं, हालांकि आपने अपना वो तो
Yes, you can do it.
ठीक है, कंप्लीट कर लिया है आपने, हो गया, ठीक है सर, ओके, है ना मैडम ने?
It was a nice one. It was a nice one, a brilliant one, brilliant lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
प्रोसीडिंग के लिए
मुझे भेज दीजिए, मैं उनके जगह प्रेजेंट कर देता हूँ.
Please send your paper for proceeding. Madam, please send your photo for your paper, your write-up for proceeding.
Okay, sir. Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
I will send you, sir.
Madam Mary Josephine, Madam.
Yes, sir.
For giving a talk and share.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For both.
I have to thank you all for painstaking and collecting people doing this kind of research.
Brilliant program, a brilliant program.
But tomorrow Sunday, 4th of September program, very good talker will give their talk. Patiala will give his talk, socio-religious heritage of Punjab. Next, the eminent archaeologist Dr. B.R. Mani will present fresh archaeological evidence from Sarnath. सारनाथ, वाराणसी सारनाथ से वहां के बारे में बताएंगे डॉक्टर राजीव निगम। बहुत ही अच्छी टॉक है, वेरी गुड टॉक। व्हाट काज द डिक्लाइन ऑफ ग्रेट एंशिएंट इंडियन कोस्ट, कारण क्या था इनके खत्म होने के? धोलावीरा, लोथल और द्वारका के ये फेमस जियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, NIO गोवा के चीफ साइंटिस्ट हैं और रहे हैं और इमेरिटस साइंटिस्ट हैं राजीव निगम साहब। कल उनका लेक्चर होगा। इसके बाद डॉक्टर भुवन विकर्मा जो MP मध्य प्रदेश में इस समय आर्कियोलॉजी के टेम्पल प्रोजेक्ट के डायरेक्टर हैं, वो आर्कियोलॉजिकल रीअसेसमेंट ऑफ गंगा यमुना दोआब इन द लाइट ऑफ रिसेंट फाइंडिंग। अगला डॉक्टर लकी हुसैन, डायरेक्टर भारतीय लोक कला मंदिर, फॉरेस्ट आउल एक्सटेंशन रिडिस्कवरी एंड प्रेजेंट स्टेटस। डॉक्टर जयंत वाटकर, प्रेसिडेंट पक्षी मित्र संगठन अमरावती महाराष्ट्र। एंड लास्ट लेक्चर, तो इस तरह से ये टॉक, ये एरन पर टॉक करेंगे, नियर सागर मध्य प्रदेश। एरन एक प्लेस है, वहाँ पर जो आर्कियोलॉजी की काम है उस पर वो आर्कियोलॉजी का उस पर वो ये। और एक टॉक जो है वो मानस टाइगर रिजर्व पर डॉक्टर भास्कर चौधरी जो WTI के हैं और काजीरंगा आश्रम में हैं, और वो जो है वो मानस टाइगर रिजर्व पर बात करेंगे। तो इस प्रकार कल 8 टॉक होंगी। 10:30 से अपने को जुड़ना है, 10:20 से ही जुड़ना है। ज्वाइनिंग टाइम 10:20। So please, I am invite all of you, please join the session. Thank you. मैडम, डॉक्टर मैरी जोसेफिन मैडम, झा साहब, झा साहब, हेलो।
I am here. I am here. मैं यहाँ हूँ।
Yes, sir. Tomorrow 10:20. Mostly
Tomorrow 10:20.
archaeology site talk and 2 and 3 talk on our botany and animal field talk.
So I have to be there
Manas
at,
tiger.
at 10:20.
Tiger reserve.
10:20 tomorrow I have to be there. Okay?
Yes. Oh.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
Thank you all of you, sir.